Hello. Might get hungry. Hello.
Seem to be spawning or just fine.
That's good.
Okay.
Confirm my beautiful. Oh, my boat.
I'll do your boat while I make sure that he's properly.
Scout ship setting sail.
Hello. Yay. Everything's running. For anyone who's watching this afterwards, the reason the video ended so abruptly before was because our internet crapped out. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. Oh yeah, I have to find my way. Oh wait, no, there's the portal. All is well. Western. I'll grab these souls, I guess. But this isn't where I wanted to be. I don't think. Oh, no, it is. Okay. All is well.
Hooray. I will adjust myself onto the couch now.
Yes, come be in the warm.
'Cause I can. I've done everything I feel I must do at the computer.
Oh, I have to make sure you're not in.
Yep, because our one of our controllers is dying, so
Oh, it doesn't. Okay. It looks like it's...
it looks like it auto turns it off if there's not a controller connected.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. You know what always makes me nervous?
What?
When guides are like, make sure you're finished with this area. Even though it's like, hey, I followed the guide up to this point. Why are you giving me this anxiety?
Yep.
Why would you do that?
Well, I mean, tells Symphonia all the first 4 temples you go to get destroyed and you can never go back to them, so...
Yeah, but you know, if you'd followed the guide to that point, I guess it's for people who come in late or something.
Yep.
It's still like, ah!
What was your damage disc? You just ground to a halt.
Ooh. Oh yeah, our little girl. God damn it. We need to put some clothes on that shot. The hell? Oh shit, Okay.
Grim, what's up? Did you come to share something else you found in that book?
Not quite. I'm afraid the malevolence has grown too dense for me to hole up at the inn reading.
Why are you all suddenly using that term?
Malevolence?
Again, even they're confused by it.
She's not. Grim's not. What's
No,
weird.
the other characters.
Well, yeah, I know.
The hell? What's that coming out of their bodies?
Malevolence. They're all hitting their limits.
And how do you know it? Oh, great. A massive town turn.
Demon blight! Even the inn girl! Why is this happening?
They're demons now. Their malevolence is spilling over.
The malevolence. All of that energy spilling from their bodies? That's what causes the demon blight?
Why are we suddenly seeing it now?
Do you know what demon blight really is? What demons are?
They couldn't have gotten far. Track them down at all costs.
We'll
Oh,
talk.
but don't have time. Bye. We gotta go.
The exorcists are going to have their hands full with these demons. Let's get back to the ship while we can.
Oh god, another town's gonna be wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, dude. Thanks for leaving us alone, gang. Bye. Have fun dying. Fuck, dude. Jeez.
If I had to speculate why we could never see the demon blight before now, this is just speculation. I think it's because we've never encountered the demon blight near an earth pulse before. That's why.
I thought where Laphicet was originally sacrificed was where an earth pulse was, because that's where the heads popped out.
Yeah, but Velvet wasn't exactly paying attention to anything else at the
Fair,
time.
but we could see it.
I don't know. Maybe if we rewatch, maybe we can see it.
Oh, maybe.
Hey, because with everything else going on, the player probably wasn't,
Fair enough.
thinking.
Oh, coconut. God damn it.
See, I told you that happens.
That coconut is the goddamn worst.
Every time I come here, without, especially when there's such big gaps in between playing this, so you kind of forget about the coconut.
It's just like, what's this? Is it an item to pick up? Oh no, it's just the coconut.
The other thing that I could think of as to why we couldn't see the malevolence before, with Laphicet's thing, was because it wasn't until like the very end of the sequence in the prologue that the Malachine showed up, meaning that.
We ate a molecule.
Yeah, so Velvet might not have been able to see that before now. Again, I don't know. It might just be a simple oversight because as much as I love this story, it's not perfect.
No, no story is, to be honest.
So.
What do I want more? Defense or...
Defense.
Okay.
People, the healing in this game is crap, so if we can keep their guard up, it would be for the best.
We'll get another talisman someday, boy.
Yeah, it was funny, just speaking of, Tales games, finally getting something else or another piece of equipment. In Tales of Vesperia, mostly because that game kind of just... There were too many mechanics in that game. Yeah, first time when I played through, it wasn't until I was 2/3 done with the main story that I found out that the way you get everyone's secondary weapons are from the crafting shop. Those aren't ones that you buy in the store, but since I had just played Tales of Symphonia, which, don't get me wrong, crafting is a very big part of getting the better equipment, but I also learned it's like you don't want to go too crazy because then you won't have the stuff you need for equipment later. And since you do not want to spend your grade on buying this stuff, I kind of ignored the crafting. That was a bit of a mistake.
Is everyone all right?
I don't remember how the crafting was in Symphonia. It's been way too long. I played that, 6 years ago?
Yeah, I think you got it... You played it, I think, a year after we got the HD remake, which came out in 2013. No, 2014. Because we got married in 2013. Or did I?
Okay, they're starting.
Yeah. Yeah, just whenever.
is there anything I needed to do? I guess I could hit up the shop.
And honestly, the crafting was as simple as you need a. It's basic. It's like you. It was kind of basically more of an upgrade system. Technically, it's like we'll take a weaker weapon, combine it with another item, and then
Right.
get a new weapon or armor. It was mostly straightforward, but as to where you could get certain items, not so much. In fact, some items, I mean, maybe there were other places, but as a kid, the only place I could ever find them was the grade shops that were in specific towns. What's that?
Oh, it's a plug.
Oh. Looks good.
I mean, I can barely see it, to be honest.
But at the same time, it's like we weren't really putting anything in that slot anyway,
Yeah.
so.
Can I change its
Color?
color?
Possibly.
Oh, I can.
Yeah, have it just floating off next to a zero.
It's fine. It's fine.
Did that do anything? Oh, that's
Very barely.
that's freaking lame. That's some weak sauce, man.
Oh well.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I will survive.
I'm stuck. Oh god.
Sushi.
We had that yesterday though.
I know. It's just looking at those things, since they're technically a fish and a bird. I'm like, it'd be the most delicious thing ever, but you'd probably catch salmonella.
Salmonella? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good thing there's new shit.
Yay. Oh my gosh. This is like totally the best thing ever.
I will hurt you.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
Why?
I don't know.
Jeez, you are one violent woman, honey.
I am. Should I still dismantle?
What do you get from dismantling them?
The materials to enhance, but I barely enhance. Yeah, I probably should just sell.
Yeah.
Gain gold. I think that's what I've been doing up to this point, but I don't remember things.
Oh, excuse me.
You're squeezed.
Thank you. I appreciate.
gosh. So many boots. Oh, cool.
What'd you receive?
The shop upgraded.
Oh, cool.
And I got a free thing. Finally a new talisman, goddamn.
Hooray.
You okay there?
Yep.
Finally. Get the hell out of here.
Wow. You look like you could use some water.
Oh, that was a weird bit of dialogue that could barely be heard.
Where are we going? Where's my mom?
Kamoana, your mother is still far away.
Then I need to wait for her at home. Let's go back to Haria. Scary demons are running through the village.
Bitch, what am I then?
It's dangerous there now. But I want to see my mom. Your mom would be sad if you got hurt by a demon. Come with us, and we'll keep you safe until she comes back. Okay, I'll go with you. I wouldn't want Mom to be sad.
When are we gonna tell this poor child? Oh boy.
All right. You're going to tell me about the demon blight and malevolence. Are you seriously thinking of breaking the Moloch taboo?
That
It's
depends.
Moloch taboo? This is about more than just the demons. You could say it's the truth behind how this world really works. The knowledge can be devastating to humans, throwing into question everything they think they know. And so the Malachim agreed to withhold it from humans, for their own protection.
Because withholding knowledge always helps.
Do you still want to know?
It's not like I'm a human anymore.
I can't keep lying to myself. I can't go on unless I know the truth.
You asked for it. First of all, this thing, this illness you call Demon Blight does not exist. Any human carries the potential of becoming a demon. All it takes is for the malevolence lurking in their heart to overflow.
And what exactly is this malevolence?
What are you doing back there,
Impure
girl?
emotions beyond what reason can suppress. Think of it as the sin buried in men's souls.
So you knew.
I'm a witch. So malevolence is the darkness in all our hearts. Make any sense to you guys? Any at all?
When you put it like that, yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
By nature, humans are incited by negative energy. It is easy to turn them towards impurity, creating malevolence. In fact, most people are constantly generating malevolence.
It might even be possible that demons are people's true selves, and what little reason they possess is all that keeps them in human form.
If the masses realize this, the realm would be thrown into utter chaos. That's why the Abbey propagates the lie of demon blight.
So I presume.
That can't be true! You know yourselves there weren't any demons before the opening.
It used to be that humans couldn't see demons or Malachim. Not unless they possessed a unique spiritual talent we call resonance.
All your average human would see was someone turning extremely violent.
What?
Unable to explain what was happening, they'd just call those people possessed or feral.
Then what made people see them all of a sudden?
I don't know.
And what took it
My
away?
guess would be that something triggered greater resonance among all of humanity. And then, on the day of the Advent, all humans gained the ability to perceive Malachim. And in the following days, the exorcist numbers swelled.
This has to be Artorias' doing.
But if there's no sickness, why would an entire village turn into demons at the same time?
8-headed is the lord of the land, with 7 mouths to devour malevolence. Humans produce malevolence, which Therians consume and transmit to Innominat. But when we removed Kamawana from the Earth Pulse point...
Clever boy. That's right. With no Therian to absorb their malevolence, the villagers could no longer contain it.
So you're saying it's all my fault?
I mean, sure.
Hey, what's going on? You all look so sad. It's scaring me.
On the other hand, at least now we know we can trust the contents of that ancient book. We tear the Therians away from their Earth Pulse points. Innominat's power will wane, and will prevent this awakening.
But if we take away the Therians, then more and more humans will turn into demons.
It's the only way to kill Artorias.
Ooh, the knives come out.
So even the truth won't stop you. Very well.
Since each Therian looks different, we'll only find them by capturing the Earth Pulse points one by one.
What separates humans and demons?
That's Eleanor.
Cheer up, Eleanor. Your mommy's looking over you too, you know.
Awkward.
Yeah, so she is. Thank you, Kamawana.
We need to tell this girl.
Grimoire, I want you to tell me more about what you said earlier. About malevolence? I told you, the subject is taboo. I understand that human emotions create a poison called malevolence that turns people into demons. Is there no way to stop malevolence from being created? As long as humans remain human, no. Malevolence is born of emotion, you see. But your kind must have found a way around it. Malachim experience emotions too. But Malachim do not produce malevolence, unlike humans. That's a lie. I've watched a Malak turn into a demon. That only happens when we are exposed to too much external malevolence. True. The island was full of prisoners and demons. And Melchior hit that Malak with something that turned it into a wyvern. Was it malevolence? To Malachim, malevolence is a powerful toxin. We seek those of purity to serve as vessels to protect us from it. It is not a perfect solution, however. If the vessel is corrupted, the Malak is as well. That is correct. So if Eleanor turns into a demon, then Laphicet... That must be what Eisen meant when he said he'd hate to see Laphicet's vessel broken. A small crack in one's soul is often all it takes to break a person apart. So try not to pick on our squeaky clean exorcist too much, Thanks for the warning.
Do it for Laphicet, child.
It sounded like you wanted to say something in the middle of the cutscene.
I was trying to remember what it was. I feel like we definitely just need to tell the child our mom is dead.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised we freaking Velvet didn't just say it.
So I rescued this poacher who'd run away from one of those Class 4 islands, right? She mentioned something about being hired by some chef to go hunt a rare wolf on the island. But she didn't see a single blasted critter on that island, let alone any rare wolf. Place was empty.
Then why did she run away?
Even though she never saw nothing, she kept hearing some beast howling round the island. Freaked her right out, I tell ya. When she got back to her boat, her food had been pilfered, and her ship was scratched up to hell.
Ship's fast.
She got out of there as quick as she could.
Well, I mean,
Her
they're based
ship
in, like, I
sunk
think,
as soon as she hit open water.
or something.
Well, I meant more. I'm still
Sounds like
surprised
whatever's there is
that
as
they were able
smart
to get
and
it in the
manipulative
box
as
and
it
not,
is
you know,
vicious.
into the
Sounds
post
They
office.
probably were just
Later, I
like
heard some talk about how
the
several
what we're looking at is
exorcists
a
got
Morden
killed on
plush
that
that went on
If you
sale
plan
from
on
the
going, you'd best
Sanchi.
be
There we go,
very
Sanchi.
cautious.
But this plush has been out of print for.
I mean, we got.
When did I buy Cullen?
Yeah, we got Cullen. I want to say that's right. He's not up there anymore.
Yeah, and when did I buy Garris?
I don't remember. We've had them for a while though.
Yeah, but when I was buying those two, I saw Morden, but that thing had been out of print for
forever
at that point, basically. So finally it came back in stock. So they probably had them in boxes ready to go.
That's
to
fair.
Be fair.
So
we just received a Sylph J from the boss of the Bloodwings.
This is.
She has a job for us and wants us to meet her in Logres. How should we respond?
Let's do it. Besides, we need to see if that demon in the villa was actually a Therian.
Good point. And the Bloodwings might know something about the other Therians too. We're heading for Logres. Prepare to set sail.
This was something, just that whole, you know, scene with Aizen. I'm like, I really like that one because did a good job world building. Something that I felt I've said way too many times that Zestiria was sorely lacking.
Just want to see if the walkthrough would tell me when it's safe to go to the things.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know if it will.
I don't know either. Now, I will say, unfortunately, I know that, you know, people turning into demons, they turn into a wide variety of different demons for the sake of combat variety, in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
But it does raise the questions. I'm like, okay, some of these people are turning into demons that take up a huge space or huge area or whatever. How is it, like, what do other people see then? Like, when Kamuana was the big stump, if she had become that when people couldn't see demons, how would people explain her extended mass beyond her body, if that makes sense?
I think they explained that in Zestiria, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Again, it's one of those things that it's like, it's not, I really like this world and this idea, but I'm like, there are a good amount of logic, gaps or logic leaps you have to make in order for this to work. Because, like, it makes sense for Velvet and Rokuro because their physical changes are very minor.
It does not tell me when to go to those things. No.
I'm sorry.
But they have rewards.
Okay, you want to try them then?
I'm gonna give one a go. I'm gonna die.
But I want to die.
Ding, 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 ding.
Tick, 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 tick.
Okay, boat. When did you get back?
Probably when we were on the other boat.
This.
Yay!
Scout ship setting.
Scout ships are setting sail. We will find all the treasure.
There's no save point here. What the fuck, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well!
Is that a fighting arena of some sort? I don't see any demons around.
Look! There's something spewing out of the middle!
I sense a really malicious force emanating from it.
It's probably the vengeful spirits of those who fought and died here looking for glory!
Shut up, Magilu.
Thanks for that. Now I've got goosebumps.
Let's try not to wind up as more vengeful spirits.
I'm gonna regret this. Oh.
Cool.
Fuck it.
I'll finish this
Oh,
now.
cool. It's all of us. Fuck yeah. That's way better than
That's
Zestiria.
way better than Zestiria.
I'll do this all day. Fuck this. This is great.
I'm gonna fuck you up. Or who knows, maybe this one's everybody and then it gets
worse.
So I don't remember these ones too much, doing these too much, but I do remember I was only able to do a handful of them before they just started kicking my ass. Or maybe I'm remembering not being able to do the ones in Zestiria. I don't remember is the point. Taste my feet.
Oh, I'm just like comparing this to the Zestiria bullshit. This is so wonderful. Oh jeez, I just Velvet sensed him. Yes.
Except he's not because octopi don't hurt on that shells.
Well, that's because this is a monster octopus. Shit, what was that? What the fuck? Jeremy, shut up!
Some of our garbage fell over.
It just dawned on me. How long does this go? Oh, not that long.
I thought we were done for.
Ah. That's useful as fuck.
Looks like we won't be joining the party.
I can see why this place is the stuff of cautionary bedtime stories.
Not to mention why the Abbey's keeping way the hell away.
We shouldn't let our guard down. But this place could still be a good chance to hone our combat skills.
Indeed. Most everything we fought here seems to follow a pattern. This is a good place for tactical training.
If we ever end up on another island like this one, we should probably come prepared for the kinds of enemies we'll face.
Time to hit the next one.
There,
What?
I hit it.
Oh. You know, you hit the couch, not the next one. It's still the couch.
It is what I say it is.
Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, I can skip this? Hell yeah.
Tra-la-la.
This is cool.
He's so pretty. That's a wolf.
Oh, the last one had a picture of a slime. Okay, so that's the main enemy I'll be fighting.
Foreshadowing. Hey guys, you want to come over and get cut by my edge?
No.
Honey, if I ever make an edgelord in D&D, please do everything you can to kill the character.
Okay.
Unless he's intentionally evil, like my one evil cleric who didn't want anyone to know about it. But if I'm playing a character who's supposed to be a good guy who's an edgelord, just
okay. Can I tell you so then I can properly kill the character without worries?
Yep.
What the fuck are these?
Monkeys or something, or apes of some kind.
I don't think I ever ran into these.
Yeah. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I find it funny that it seems like the default demon that humans turn into are werewolves. Wouldn't it make more sense if the default demon were those ape things?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, so speaking of with that smirk you just did. So at work this morning I made pancakes, and one of the things that we make for our pancakes is this peanut butter sauce that I came up with a recipe for. Well, so a patient was like, "What is that?" I'm like, "A peanut butter sauce." And then like a female patient who's like other people in line was like, and just kind of slowly turn and give her a death glare. I'm sorry, was there something funny about peanut butter sauce that I should know? Just looked away and hung her head.
People are weird.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to judge too much because I'm like, I'm in a mental hospital. Of course the people are going to be kind of peculiar, but I'm like, don't you laugh at my food.
Oh, blight apes.
You know, it is always funny when something like Dragon Age uses a term like blight. Something that, you know, is not an outright everyday term, but is still a very generic term for something. But does such a good job of making it sound, you know, creepy and menacing and how they use it and how it is or whatever.
Right.
That it's like, anytime you hear something, the blight, whatever, like, again, with blight, it's like, ha ha, you're ripping off Dragon Age, and it's like, it's a normal term.
I will still forever laugh at people who use the taint.
I mean, it's like, again, like...
Normal everyday word, but goddamn it.
It's like, it's, for whatever reason, a taint now is a slang for... I don't know if it's...
Balls.
It is just balls. Okay. I'm just like, why is taint slang for balls? I don't get it.
I don't know either. It's a thing. I am so grateful that I have my team. Those trials were bullshit in Berseria. Because they would put enemies that there's no way in hell Edna could deal with. She's too fucking slow.
Yep. Then again, the problem with Zestiria in particular was its head was too far up its own ass when it came to the armorization. So much so that you take away, you know, if a human and a seraph couldn't fight together in a single fight, you're kind of fucked.
Whew, I thought we were done for.
That was a lot of toys. Alright, on with life.
There's no such thing. You're never allowed to get on with your own life.
Oh. The only other place we can go.
Probably because we've burned everywhere else to the ground, so we're not allowed anywhere else.
Every bridge has been burned.
Cutscene. Oh,
I lost my mother to a demon.
Can it become Sailor Moon?
Yet that girl's a Therian. I don't even know what I want anymore.
Hey, that's pretty.
Can I eat it?
You like to look at that thing, don't you?
Yes, my mother... Someone very important to me gave me this. I treasure it.
You can still say it's your mom, just don't say she's dead.
Yeah, I just know she's trying to keep
Do you want to see it?
Kamawana's mind off her mom. So.
Yeah.
What's wrong? My face. It's scary. I don't want to look like that. I don't want my mommy to hate me.
Damn.
Mommy! Mommy!
When I was her age, that's just how I cried. Kamoana, I want you to see this.
That huge owie.
The hell?
What
What?
happened?
I actually kind of
Big
said
and ugly, isn't it? There are scary things about my body, too.
Is it like down her chest?
Do you
What's
think
the
I'm
wound?
scary, Kamoana?
No, not at all. But are you all right? Does that hurt?
Thanks, sweetie. I'm all right, I promise.
What about me? Do you think I'm scary?
You're such a sweetheart, Kamoana. Nobody could ever be scared of you. Not me, not your mother, not Laphicet. You don't have to cry anymore. It'll be okay. I promise.
Okay.
That scar, was it from a demon?
Yeah. They attacked my village when I was a girl. I was so hurt I couldn't move. But my mother lured them away from me so I could survive.
What happened to her?
The last thing she said to me was, "Stay strong and keep living."
Oh.
Come to the deck. Grimoire says she's learned something from the book. Hey,
Timing, child.
Why's your face so red?
It's nothing.
Somehow I doubt that.
It's nothing, I swear.
Red from tears or red from embarrassment?
Do you all remember the second verse of that song Laphicet read earlier?
4 Empyreans may tear him asunder, but so long as there is one receptive to divine power, Therian shall be forever reborn in sight of the full crimson moon.
Right. That's what I've gathered you all here to discuss. And we think that passage means that Innominat and the Therians will be revived by a chosen one, right? Yes, but the shall be forever reborn part kept bothering me. I've reconsidered my analysis. Suppose that instead of someone being chosen by Innominat to create Therians, the song means that Innominat chooses who becomes Therians. But so long as there is one receptive to divine power, Therians shall be forever reborn. What do you think that could mean?
That someone receptive to Innominat's power will be reborn as a Therian. Like Kamoana.
Which is to say that the Abbey figured out how to turn people into Therians, and then got right to work.
That's...
Are you really that surprised? Artorias has always been one to prioritize the many over the individual, as I well know. Another thing to consider is this wording about Therians being forever reborn. This could mean that one Therian will be reborn again and again, or it could mean that different Therians will be born to take their place.
Meaning that even if you kill one, there are more waiting in line. They can't be wiped out.
Looks like prioritizing the one over the many was the right call this time. Eh, Velvet?
I never said I wouldn't kill her.
if it would prevent Inominat's reawakening. But Therians can't be killed. Not truly.
So, in a nutshell, if you kill one, another person who's receptive to Inominat's power will be reborn as one.
Right. But the
And
song
where
says
did they
that
go
7
in
mouths feed the body.
Berseria?
So there's only so many around.
If you don't kill them, the next ones won't be born.
Exactly. So we remove the 7 Therians from their Earth Pulse points instead. But then, we also have to protect them so the Abbey doesn't steal them back. Or kill them.
Sounds tricky.
We've got to protect my bug, too.
Take real good care of that thing now. Got it?
Why a bug?
Bet I will.
In that case, we should probably work on securing a proper hideout for ourselves. You got a secret base or anything, Eisen?
It's every man's fantasy, but sadly, I don't.
Is it every man's
We
fantasy?
need a hard-to-find spot.
You don't want a secret
One where we
base?
can guarantee a
Not
steady
really.
supply of
Kind of view this
malevolence
house
for the
as my secret
Therians.
base.
Then it is every man's
We're
dreamscape.
devoid of
I'd rather
people,
have a
but
very
full of
open base
malevolence.
that people know
Real
that I'm
poser
living
you
with my
got
wife
there.
in.
With the Abbey in control of the entire continent, finding a place like that will be easier
I
said
don't
than
want
done.
a place to go where
Meanwhile,
I don't want you
Inominat's
to be in.
reawakening draws
Well, I mean, I could be
ever
part of
closer.
the team for the secret base.
We'll have to keep
but-
collecting our Therians while we search for a hideout. For now, let's just get to Logris.
Oh, is someone in chat?
It's I don't know why it's listing us as one of the people in and as one of the people there.
Oh, okay.
Even though, because it's like I'm on as us to watch the chat. Why is it counting us as viewing the stream?
Oh, I just thought I saw something.
I
on the
was
far side.
just testing it,
Oh.
making sure that.
You got. Wait your turn, moron! I was drifting out at sea for 3 days. Almost died out there.
The fuck is happening?
Poor you. You probably deserved it.
Well, fuck you
Say
too.
that again, wise ass. I dare ya.
Shut up, both of you. No one's getting anything until you pay me what you owe first.
Are they gonna be okay?
No.
Don't pay them any mind. Sailors are just a short-tempered bunch, that's all.
Huh? The hell are you doing?
What's going on?
They've jacked up the price to dock our ship here.
Oh yeah? Some real balls you've got there, buddy.
If you lot want to moor here, that's the price you're gonna pay. Look, pirates are a liability to begin with, but calling your crew infamous these days would be putting it lightly. The more wanted you are, the more it's gonna cost to hide you. Capiche?
Fair.
Hard to argue there. Benwick, just pay the man what he wants.
Yes, sir. You're such pushovers. You and the captain both.
I knew I could count on you to come through, Eisen. Pleasure doing business with you.
Why do I have a feeling we're about to have a mutiny?
Looks like I'm causing you trouble.
It comes with the job. Don't sweat it. Some sailors just have longer tempers than others.
Noted.
But to answer that question, you said, then where did the Therians go? Comes Asteria?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you take what Grimoire said literally, that Inominat chooses who becomes Therians, Nominat's not around in the time
That's
of
true.
Asteria.
So I guess Therians wouldn't exist.
And even if they were still around, if demons
Why
don't age, which is something that is up in the air, Sore might just have A, not encountered them, or B, not realize he encountered them.
That's true.
Because, again, in this time period, the only thing we've seen thus far that can turn someone back into a human is a Therian killing the demon and turning them back into a Therian. But by the time of Sore, they've discovered the, I think they called it the Flame of Purification, which a shepherd can use to purify someone and turn them back human. So...
I should save after I did those long-ass fights.
Yep, probably a smart
And those
decision.
long-ass cutscenes. This... Oh wait, it's the... whatever. Ah.
Alright, everything's all fixed up. Now to polish this ship from top to bottom.
You really throw your back into your work, don't you?
Why shouldn't I? The Von Eltia is our pride and joy, our weapon. And most importantly, our home.
I'm sure you've heard this before, but she's one odd-looking ship.
The Von Eltia was built by the Kingdom 12 years ago, using the very best technology available. She was designed for search and seizure operations on the high seas. Apparently, her unusual design comes from an engineer who is familiar with technology from the far continent.
But on her maiden voyage, a string of mysterious
Your accent was weird.
took the lives of the captain, then the second, and then the third in command. People thought the ship was bad luck. She was about to be scrapped when Captain Eifried came and snatched her for himself.
If the ship was bad luck, why did Eifried want it?
Well, I'm sure part of it was that he wanted a sturdy ship, capable of reaching the far continent. But when I asked him why, he said, "She looks interesting."
She's too interesting if you ask me. We've been chased by storms, struck by icebergs, attacked by a giant whale. You name it.
3 years ago when the first mate arrived, it all made sense. To think we'd been haunted by a Reaper the whole time.
Oh, come on. Don't go blaming the captain and the first mate for every bad thing that happens. I bet you're all just frustrated because you're forced to go where they tell you.
None of us are forced to be here. We're here because we choose to be here. And we do so fully knowing what sort of men the captain and the first mate are.
Anyone can leave the crew whenever they like. We're free pirates, each of us, here because we want to be. Some of us love adventure, some are looking to test their fate, and some are just searching for a good place to die. We're a ragtag bunch of rogues, that's for sure. But not a one of us has died carrying regret or resentment.
So
How
we're
many
glad
of you
to
have
help out
died?
you and yours. But you'd best not forget what we stand for.
I won't.
They're quite the crew, aren't they?
Were all those accidents truly caused by your power?
Yeah. I've been searching far and wide for a way to lift the Reaper's curse. But when I couldn't find a single thread to follow on this continent, I turned my eyes to the other side of the ocean.
And that's why you boarded this ship.
And a fine ship she is. The Von Eltia was built from 1,000-year-old wood, you know. Before I found my coin, she was my vessel. But then the accidents came.
And then Eifried stole the ship. Did he know you were on board?
Definitely. He had pretty solid resonance going for him. Although at first, I think he assumed I was just a dour-eyed lubber worthy of little notice.
I suppose being a Reaper tends to take its toll like that.
No argument there. But still, whether they could see me or not, they didn't act any differently at all. I fought my damn curse with everything I had. And Eifried and his crew fought right along with me. Hell, we even finally made it to the far continent.
And you didn't find anything there?
Wonder what his sister's
to
up
help
to.
With your curse?
I didn't even look.
But that's why you went there, isn't it?
Eventually, I just got tired of fighting back. The crew, they taught me how to feel alive. And the joy of pursuing my dreams alongside good friends.
Yeah, unfortunately, unless there's a side quest I missed, you never actually find out what Edna's is up to in this time, just because Eisen is just actively trying to stay away from her for her own safety.
They insist on building a big gate over the sea. The least they can do is let honest folk through it. I get why you're upset, but maybe they just haven't been able to devote the resources to fix it. After those savage demons wrecked the place.
Oh yeah, the bridge we blew up.
Those demons who attacked Helavis are still on the loose, aren't they?
Yep. Standing right here.
From what I heard, the demons who wrecked
Gross.
were the same ones that killed the High Priest.
What? No way. Wait a minute. The High Priest was killed?
Yeah. The official story is that he's injured or sick or something, but I heard differently.
Then no wonder they haven't had time for Vortigern. I hope the Abbey finds those demons quick. Those monsters need to pay for what they did.
We didn't eat them.
Looks like our infamy is growing by the day.
Maybe they've even put a bounty on us by now.
They keep embellishing our escapades, though. I'm honestly a little hurt they're calling us monsters.
The more they embellish, the easier it is for us to get around. Confusion and panic will only help us.
Plus, on top of that, the more they embellish, the more someone's going to look at Velvet and be like, nope, totally not the demon in the story.
Yeah, it's like, she's not scary enough. That's just a person.
It kind of reminds me of the, what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? In Tales of Symphonia, there's a brief scene where Colette and Zelos basically, I don't remember why, but Colette flies up in as her angel form, like 10 feet in the air above these guards, and then Zelos is like, I'm the chosen, and I've called down this angel from heaven, unless you leave us alone. And then later, when you speak to other people who work in the palace, it's like, Chosen One, is it true that you called down a 10-foot-tall angel from heaven and devoured the guards?
God damn it, that's right.
And then Colette's even like, wow, that sounds like a terrifying angel. Forgetting, of course.
It's her.
I heard that the merchants in Port Renede are making a killing now that the sea gate is shut tight.
No. Nothing compared to a merchant like you.
There are people profiting from this?
What are you talking about? Anyone who wants to head to Northgan has to sail around Westgan now. And those ships need to put into Port Renede for supplies.
That is true. Still, it's only until Vortigern is repaired.
Your friends in Renede wouldn't happen to be paying off the Abbey to delay repairs, would they?
You think that'd work on the Abbey? They're not as lax as the church was.
So that's it. You're in cahoots with the church.
Hey, relax. I'm just saying, there's a lot of nasty rumors circulating about those priests.
So not everyone's been hurt by Vortigern's closure. Interesting.
There's a front and back to every coin.
Except your coin only ever turns up tails.
Well, all right then.
But it does have a front and a back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can't. There's several skits that you get about Eisen's coin and everything they go through to try and get it to turn up heads. And I can't wait to get to those.
How do I not have one of these? What's up?
Nothing.
You slapped yourself.
Well, it was more I was just readjusting where my hand was on my face, but in a dramatic fashion.
Okay.
Guess what?
What?
I love you, honey.
Love you too.
Hmm.
Oh, I have so much shit in my bag.
What? You couldn't make it to the toilet?
Honey, I swear to God. This is how you die.
Not with a bang, but with a whimper. Who am I kidding? If you ever actually did kill me, you'd make sure that I would be screaming for hours. So yeah, I probably would die with a bang, in a sense.
I would destroy
Or you just shove
you.
a stick of dynamite up my ass.
I would destroy you.
Well, you want to go upstairs and we can
Honey,
destroy each other?
God damn you. Why did these chests refill?
I don't know.
I didn't know chests could refill.
I am seriously tempted.
Tempted to what? What?
No, hold on. It's just... Sorry. I'm just kind of browsing on my phone until we get back to story-related stuff, and I think I told you I pre-ordered an Optimus Prime figure like 3 months ago and it's still not out, even though it was estimated to come out in October. Well, Amazon's got the figure for the exact same price. I'm tempted to cancel my pre-order through the one website and just get it there.
I would not blame you.
Yeah.
You coming back has been quiet, Boat. It's concerning me.
Scout ship.
I love how they have one gate of Danan blocked, but the other one's fine.
Yep.
It's weird.
It's very weird. Excuse me.
The Bloodwing butterflies operate in the Empire's shadows. Not even the Abbey knows their full scope beyond whispers and rumor. And you all have a connection to them, don't you?
Dark and interconnected is the underworld. We've heard voices in the shadows, glimpsed faces behind paper-thin masks.
The attack on High Priest Gideon. Was that at their behest?
Yeah, the Bloodwings asked us to take him out.
We did it in exchange for information that could lead us to Artorias.
Information? You would assassinate a man for mere information?
Yes. Information on the shepherd who rules the world. Not a bad deal if you ask me.
We just work with them when our interests align. Nothing more.
That's the kind of thin justification I'd expect to hear from them, too.
But the Bloodwings were acting upon knowledge that the High Priest was harming the people of the city.
You're right. The incident with the nectar was the Church's failing. And it seems that the Bloodwing Butterfly Network goes further and deeper than we had thought.
They knew about the barrier at the throne, too.
And Velvet's expertise at dove mimicry.
Would you stop bringing that up?
I forgot about that shit.
What does that mean?
Wait, what did you...
The dove mimicry.
There was a dove near the dock checkpoint. That's all.
Huh?
Right! It was a black, full-chested dove, wasn't it? Cuckoo!
A black, full-chested dove? Is that
Oh my god,
code word?
No, there's... Oh god. They're being obvious as hell. Where is... Renede? Is that not a thing on this map?
What's not a thing?
Renede.
I'm not familiar with its location, unfortunately.
Hopefully I find it.
Here we are, back in Logris. It was a lot tougher to get in the first time.
More funny than tough, if you ask me.
Oh, you mean Velvet's little dove act?
Oh, and you go back
I'd
then.
be careful teasing her if I were you. You know how she can get.
Oh, don't act like you didn't enjoy it too. I'm sure you did, right? Good little boys don't lie to adults, you know.
I might have. Just a little.
Say it like a dove.
It was funny. Coo, coo.
I love you. Cute little boy.
Is Inominat's book so difficult? Grimoire seemed perplexed by it.
Yeah. She said it was written in ancient Avarost, a language that uses Impressionist script.
I've never heard of Impressionist script.
Each character can have many different meanings and readings, depending on the emotion it's expressing and the way it relates to the characters around it. Some
God, that's a
modest
complicated
records on its
language.
Grammar and structure survive, but none that say how to read the emotion the characters express. Grimoire said that you have to recreate the writer's feelings as a sort of starting point in order to read it.
I see. And you have a talent for that sort of thing?
I guess I do.
You're an
A
empathetic
script
boy.
based on emotions. That's as far removed from modern language as can be.
Yeah, it's completely unrelated apparently.
How can it be completely unrelated?
After the temperance of Avarost, the entirety of human civilization vanished. The language went with it.
Much as a blooming flower loses its petals, the Avarost civilization grew too far and came to its final end. The surviving buildings and ancient tools, the likes of which our technology cannot replicate, were the beginning of that end.
In any case, it sounds like deciphering that writing will take quite a while.
This music is eerily similar to E.T. Okay. How do I get to Renede? Boat, do you take me to Renede? Now that I've come here, can I leave and do a thing? Boat. Okay, I think I can. Renede. Yay!
Did you guys hear? The search party that went to the Laban tunnel was wiped out by a demon.
Really? They were the ones out searching for Count Capelus, weren't they?
You mean the one who managed to get kidnapped? Despite everyone else at his manor, servants and children alike, getting killed? You'd think noblemen like that would have some decent exorcists among their personal guard.
Suppose he did. But I heard every blade there, sword and spear alike, was found chipped and cracked to hell.
What kind of demon could do that?
Who are the Capeluses?
They are one of the great noble lines, on par with Oscar's Dragonia family, and have served Midgand for generations.
People refer to them as the royal family's hidden dagger. Unlike me, you never hear good rumors about them. They say behind the royal family's glory lies blood and tears shed at the hand of the Capelus family.
But those are just rumors. Although I do know that in recent times, the Count had stood against the rise of the Abbey.
I couldn't care less about the whereabouts of some noble. But we should be careful of the demon that took out all those exorcists.
Yeah, it sounds like a worthy opponent.
I think I'm gonna go fight it. Let's go. This is for that one quest child thing. The one you like, I think.
Then you better go fucking do that then, because this was my favorite quest in the game.
Gotta get to the Bond tunnels. Oh, I love how I haven't been going in ends. I'm confused that they removed in skits.
Yeah.
It's weird that they're not in this game.
Yeah, couldn't really say. Okay.
Burnout Plateau, I believe. Yes.
I'll finish this now.
Nice.
You're not hurt, are you?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, hi. The thing. Huh. Really shitty old weapon. Time to just put that... Actually, that takes a long while. Oh, wait. Yeah. Let's do it. Do you think the other controller's charged enough?
Probably.
You are welcome to join whenever. Just let me know. Unless you wanted to keep relaxing.
Wasn't I?
Sure. You want in or you good?
Yeah, I was waiting for the fight to end so I didn't interrupt the flow of the fight.
Thank you.
Oof, ow.
You okay?
Due to very bad stacking yesterday by the delivery guy, an entire case of beans slid off the stack it was on and landed on my foot.
Oh.
And my bone, well, not the bone, but I am still terribly bruised in that area.
Shit. I wish you had told me. I wouldn't have sword fought you yesterday.
I'm the one who asked you to sword fight, honey, and I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to not sword fight me.
Saw you. Okay. That, I think. Yeah. Okay, that's where I'm going. Got it. I understand.
Do you really?
I'm gonna pretend that I do.
I looked up in time just to see the world flying by, and I'm like, oh, vertigo.
Oh no. Ugh. This is a pretty tunnel.
Yep.
I feel like it's been a while since we've been in like a mossy place.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've been in a beach area for the last 2 streams, so... Did those things just appear out of nowhere?
Yeah, it dropped out off the ceiling.
Oh, okay. Whatever.
You know, being a spider dick.
don't even want to think about how spiders reproduce.
Shut up, hon.
It appears that we're finished here.
Fast. That's right. Give yourself a sticker.
What?
She stated the obvious, so I'm like, yep, give yourself a sticker.
You deserve a gold star.
That's good job. Have a bag of money. I'm not gonna lie. Since, you know, that line that was from Animaniacs' parody of Power Rangers, and clearly from the new trailer they're doing an anime episode parody. I'm like, I cannot wait to see what Animaniacs does to parody anime, you know?
It'll be weird.
Because they always did such great parodies. Actually, I'm kind of surprised and really happy that, you know, with a lot of the other reboots of, you know, classic shows coming back, like, you know, DuckTales from a few years ago, Ninja Turtles is constantly getting new shows, so I don't know if that one counts, but I'm impressed that they actually got all the original cast back rather than just doing something completely new, you know, like DuckTales did. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm actually quite happy DuckTales decided to do its own thing, because I prefer most of the new cast of the new DuckTales show over the original voice actors.
Well, that about does it.
Glad I went down this way.
Just because of all the cat spirits?
Yeah. This is probably my least favorite aspect of the game, though.
Yeah, I can agree to that. It's kind of dumb. I love this game, but that is really dumb.
Oh, hi.
Let's get started. Rise, arise, ascending angels!
I wonder if the designers went out of their way to purposely make a good chunk of her weapon be
Phallic?
nonsensical.
Oh.
I wasn't gonna.
What about this one?
I don't necessarily find any of hers all that phallic. I don't know, maybe the one that's like got legs, but. Oh. Want to know something actually really cool that I found out?
Okay.
And I'm bringing this up because I've mentioned in like our first stream of the Tales series that there's the stupidity that, you know, people are like, oh, gay couples aren't family friendly, so if a product is trying to present itself as family friendly, there can't be any gay couples in it. Which, again, for the record, it's bullshit, and I agree, but it's an argument I've heard. It's a bullshit argument. But the new DuckTales show, there is a gay couple in it.
Oh.
So I'm like, when I found that out, I'm like, hell yeah. Progress! Actually, something I find kind of funny. What was it? So, Tales of Zestiria, it was released around the same time as God Eater 2. So both God Eater 2 and Tales of Zestiria featured costumes of characters from both, from the... Yeah, so... There were God Eater costumes in Tales of Zestiria, and then Tales of Zestiria costumes in God Eater.
Right.
Well, what I find kind of interesting is that this was Japan exclusive, I'm pretty sure, or pre-order exclusive, but the Tales of Zestiria had a bunch of Blue Exorcist costumes randomly in it. I'm like, does Blue Exorcist have a connection with this company? I don't know. It's like... Actually, what am I saying? I think Zestiria also had Neon Genesis Evangelion costumes you could get.
Maybe the design team works for that animation company? I don't know.
Yeah, could be. Was that a warp pad back there?
It's fair.
I don't know. I have nothing further to add. That was just something I found kind of odd. Because I think it's... Tales of Zestiria, as far as I know, is the only Tales game that has second costumes that aren't from the Tales series. I remember both Tales of Hearts and Tales of Zelia had a bunch of DLC costumes you could get for characters from previous Tales games. It's just, you had to buy them. Although I admit I did buy a couple of those costumes for Tales of Hearts, but that was just because I'm like, these are Symphonia costumes, and I kind of want them.
Prep is important. I'm sorry.
Do-do, 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 do-do-do-do-do. Don't ask why I'm singing this particular tune.
The thing is resistant to water, weak to neutral in earth, just to let you know. That's a big boy. I'll get to you in a sec. There's like a bitch ton of cat spirits here. What's up?
Sorry, I just, there are a couple, what's it called, webtoons that I follow that are like Sunday morning strips, or they're only a couple panels long. Well, I want to give a shout out to probably my favorite one. It's called My Name is Death. I highly recommend it, but the basic premise is that it follows Death and his assistant Glenn, who Death insists on calling Frank. In fact, there's several funny bits where it's like, where he's reading something, it's like, from Glenn. He's like, who the hell is Glenn?
Oh, God damn it.
But, so the one that just went up right now, was, I swear I'm not cheating on you, but my sister saw you. I swear on my life I'm not cheating on you. And then he falls over dead. And then Death pops up from underneath the table. What? He knew what he was getting into when he spoke those words. Oh, also, if you're if you're looking for someone new, I know a guy named Frank. He's,
God damn it.
He's like, what? Too soon? And then the comments are like, oh, Death, the wingman. It's like, oh, Death, he's trying to steal Cupid's job now. But yeah, guys, if you got webtoons and you've never read My Name is Death, you should check it out. Wait, now you said he's resistant to earth, right?
No, resistant to water.
Pardon me.
Oh, nice.
trouble. Wrong spell.
I forgot how to activate the Mystic Guard.
Hold the 2 trigger buttons. Or hold the 2 trigger buttons while you're down. And I know Velvet also has a way to, like, activate combat mode where she has her monster hand
Yeah.
on.
But it takes up the Mystic Guard stuff, so
Yeah.
it's like...
So I'm only bringing that up because I'm like, I don't know if Eleanor has... Because, well, every one of them has kind of a different thing.
It wasn't good enough.
What do you mean? That demon was really strong.
I don't mean the demon. I mean me. If Shigure were here, he'd have sliced it clean in half.
Oh, this was a
But
thing for
you
you,
use
not
shorter
the
dual
thing.
blades
Huh.
rather than just one bigger one like him. So of course...
No. He'd have done it with a shorter blade, too.
You can't be serious.
He's right. I think Shigure might really be capable of that.
Yeah. He's done it before.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't mind. You want to know more about my clan?
Yeah.
Well, as the eldest son, Shigure became head of the clan and ran things for a while. But 3 years ago, a rumor started floating around that he was planning an insurrection, and our lord immediately called for his execution.
Sounds like he doesn't waste any time.
Shigure never particularly cared about our lord to begin with. All he ever respected was personal strength.
Then did your lord send you to do the job?
Yeah. The only thing that can take down a Rangetsu swordsman is another Rangetsu swordsman. I thought I could handle it. I knew his every trick and had the time and place all planned out. But when it happened...
You got your ass beat.
Yeah. He made a fool out of me. I came at him with a greatsword, and he just used a small one. All the training I'd done, I couldn't land a hit on him.
A rude awakening if there ever was one.
Damn straight. I couldn't deny it. Shigure cast aside my greatsword and just laughed. Train harder, he told me. I was so frustrated by my weakness, my inexperience. So much so that I wanted to end my own life. So much so that I turned into a demon.
Rokuro.
Why are you still human
Shigure
looking,
escaped,
though?
and I was arrested for failing to
don't
perform my
know.
duty and sent to the prison island.
This was
An
something
arrest,
I
as they
was...
say?
I do
So
admit,
you regret
I'm not the biggest...
Not being able to kill your brother.
I'll continue in
I
a
know
second.
it sounds crazy, but that's just who I am.
I'm not here to judge you. I'm just using you for my own purposes. As long as you fight my enemies, that's all that matters.
That's the plan. That's what I do best as a demon.
Yeah, that's some... I mean, with Velvet, it makes sense because they do establish that all the other Therians
look
have
at this.
alternate forms as well. But it's like, what is it about Rokuro
Scout
that he
ship
just got
setting
lucky
sail.
enough that his demonification only covers part of his face or part of his body, that he can cover it up, you know? It just... It doesn't... I agree, it doesn't make sense.
Okie dokie. So sorry for misleading. I thought that was what the side quest was, but I guess it was more Rokuro stuff.
Alright. I think we can be convinced to forgive you.
What?
Nothing. Sorry. Just...
Give me a little portaloo. Bloop, bloop. Oh, hi. Don't mind me. Oh, excuse me.
What?
Forgot to turn on everyone's shit.
That happens a lot.
I get in the zone.
Yep.
I hope I did a good job.
You did, my little boy. You did. What's up, hon?
Nothing.
You keep saying that. I don't think it means what you think it means. Oh.
What?
I know that's a vine wall out there, like a still image or whatever.
Mhm.
But from, like, a certain angle, it just was like, it looked like a green thing shooting up into the sky. And I'm like, what demonic shit is happening outside? How am I finding coral out here? What the hell?
Maybe someone dropped it?
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's stupid. You're not wrong.
Do you think... Because, like, some second costumes come from skits in the old games, didn't they? Or, like... Wait, no?
I mean, no, they came from doing specific side quests and... Or, yeah.
I was just trying to figure out if maybe... the cat spirits was them trying to fill up the game because they didn't have enough time to do the normal content that they do.
Yeah, could be. But I mean, then again,
drop spirits in boxes.
Yeah. But are we getting like actual costumes or just costume piece or like props?
We're getting fashions and stuff, but
yeah. I mean, fashions I think were only introduced in Zelia, so they're relatively a new addition to the Tale series.
Fair enough. And suddenly my arm hurts. Fun.
Oh dear. Found a kiss.
out. Yep, it's a whimsical wonderland over here.
Oh, child. Wait. Oh. Ew. My poor knee.
I am sorry for
It's
your poor
okay.
knee. Nothing. You know, something I also thought would have been kind of fun for them to do in this game.
Oh?
If you remember in Tales of Zestiria, there was all of the, you know, ancient language Soray spoke, and, you know, he had to, like, every pact he made, you know, it had an ancient language or whatever. And then, yeah, he had to give new names to Alicia. And it would have been kind of nice to see where some of those words came from, or, you know, that language in use in this time, you know?
Yeah.
Oh well. That would have been more of a cool thing, not necessarily something that makes or breaks it. Because at the same time, like, I didn't really need to know that. It would have just been more fun to learn about it, especially because I still love... How do I put this? I think Sorei's name for Rose sums up kind of how the other developers felt about Rose. Because when you find out her name in the ancient tongue just means Rose is Rose.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, she just kind of is. She's here now and we can't do anything about it.
Literally what it was.
Yeah. We came, we saw, we kicked the math.
Man, the capital sure is big.
Yeah, with historical buildings and artisans and all, there's much of interest here for a boy who loves to learn.
Uh-huh.
Sightseeing's nice and all, but don't wander off and get lost.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Don't worry about him. He can take care of himself.
I know, I was just saying.
I'm more worried about you wandering off with him, Eleanor. We are back at the capital.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, just quickly double checking a thing. It just does that for me. Okay. Children. You're not a child, but what's up?
You look like travelers. I have some good news for you. The restrictions on travel to the Aldina Plains are going to be lifted soon. The road's opening back up.
So, that's the latest word on the streets?
Ha! I see what you did there.
I try to liven things up around here.
Well, ever since Lord Artorias became the Shepherd, demon attacks have gone down. The world's filled with hardships, but perhaps things are starting to go in the right direction.
And now you've just doomed the world to
Demons who nearly
shit.
destroyed Hellebes are still skipping about on the loose, though.
What?
And just the other day, a village near Salt was destroyed by the demon blight. Guess the capital doesn't mind, though.
What?
Don't worry about it. Your shepherd and the abbey are going to save the world, right?
I love you, Moggy.
Listening to you has kind of gotten me all nervous again. If you hear any other scary stories, let me know, please.
I've got one with fresh blood, melted bodies. Oh, maybe that tale about the demon doll that comes alive.
If you're going to waste time, we're leaving you here.
Well, that's enough of this detour then. Sorry to be such a drag.
Wait! That doll one sounded really cool!
Oh, Moggy Lou, I'm starting to warm up to you. You'll annoy the shit out of me all the time, but what the fuck?
What's with this crowd?
Modulu's troupe just put on a real show. Man,
I'm sorry,
it was
who?
the best. Her dancing was every bit as great as I'd heard.
Wow, the Modulu?
Surely you mean Mogilu. Has my time to bask in fame finally come at long last? No, we're talking about Mogilu, not Mogilu.
Haha, chop it down by the child.
Lulu, the famous dancer? She actually goes by the majestic Lulu, but everyone calls her Modulu.
Just watching the beauty of her dance, you can't help but feel like maybe everything's gonna turn out okay in the world.
Sounds like a pretty cheerful act she has.
Cheerful? This is all a ripoff! She's just trying to pass off as Mogilu's menagerie and profit from our good name!
What good name? We don't actually perform anything.
I was planning
on getting started eventually. But now, this con artist comes along and ruins everything!
What are you talking
Just
about?
ignore that, you know.
It's Modulu! You did great today, Modulu. I loved it.
Thank you so much. But according to my teacher, I still have a long way to go. I'll work hard to do better next time, so I hope you'll come see me.
Modulu's teacher is a dancer named Balta, whose immense talent brought him all the fame in the world. But Balta suffered a tragic injury that took him forever from the stage, and now Modulu is working hard to carry out his dream.
So, you're Modulu then?
I am. My teacher and I work really hard to put on performances that'll leave a lasting impact.
I'm also a wee bit monotone, don't mind
call
me.
me a phony.
Oh? And how do you propose to stop me? Taking it to the stage and seeing which one of us can better hold a crowd?
Yes. That's just what I was hoping for.
Lulu, don't go around picking petty fights.
Haha, you got in trouble.
This woman, she...
You should know better. If you have the energy to spare spitting vitriol at people, you should refocus that anger into moving your body. If you need to express yourself, do it on the stage.
Yes, sir. You're right.
Why is that man crying?
Teacher, is the pain acting up again?
It's no matter. What does pain compare to losing the ability to dance? Anyway, what matters is how you're holding up.
I'm fine, sir.
Good. Then let's head back and practice some more.
His injury is fake. His injury is fake.
He seems strict.
He does. But keep in mind that Balta recognized her talent at a young age. He even adopted her so he could pass on everything he knew. He might be strict, but only because he believes in her.
You sure know an awful lot about them.
I'm sort of a fan of theirs, you could say.
A teacher and his student, chasing after the same dream. What a sweet little story they have.
So yeah, maybe you should stop being a brat about it.
For Magilu's Menagerie to put on a show. And for our act, we'll be a comedy duo.
Oh God.
Comedy? Where'd you get that idea?
You heard me propose a challenge to little Magilu, right? But not one of you knows a single acrobatic trick.
Sorry.
Don't apologize. You couldn't have seen this coming.
It's
Well,
okay.
you could act like you feel a little bad at least. Now, normally I'd make you guys do something flashy like jump through a ring of fire, but I'll be magnanimous and let you do comedy instead. With comedy, I can take control of the stage and keep things lively. I can feed you the audience on a platter.
But going on the same stage as Modulu, it's too much to handle.
Oh, I can't wait to take her down a peg or two.
I'm out. I don't even know why you're bothering. It's hopeless.
It's not hopeless. Plus, if we do well, we'll be raking in the dough. What better opportunity do we have to get started than now? After all, people will come thinking we're Majulu's troupe.
You're sure eager to profit off of her good name.
You're doing the same con you accused her of.
Throwing out such zingers and the audience will be in stitches.
I'm not sure I follow, but okay.
The only thing getting thrown out is gonna be you.
You know, I think you could pull off being the straight man in our act.
What? Keep your compliments to yourself.
This plan might sound dumb, but more money never hurts.
Especially with the fact we have to pay more at each port.
Then it's settled. Now we just need to book ourselves a few gigs. I've got an in with all the stage directors in town. For now, I think everyone should pair up so we can figure out just what sort of comedy chops you all
Oh
have.
no, this is really bad.
Even me?
Certainly. Each one of you is a part of Magilu's Menagerie, after all.
This is gonna turn out so bad!
I'm not so sure about this.
Oh.
Oh boy.
But yeah, I actually think that Magilu's pirate's outfit was designed to resemble that dancer.
This one?
No, the pirate outfit, it's 2 up.
Oh yeah, I could see.
That's actually why I had her. I usually have her in that, just because I liked this silly rivalry going between the two of them. It's a total side quest that don't matter whatsoever, but like, it makes me laugh. You changing her outfit?
Yeah.
Just not liking her normal outfit anymore?
Oh, it was just hurting my eyes.
Ah.
Which one of these two?
I like the pirate outfit better, but I can understand if it's too much skin for you.
It is a little bit.
Yeah.
At the same time, I don't think there is.
I think there's a maid outfit.
Who is this?
Oh, please, no.
Who is you? Then again, that's really cute.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it.
Ugh.
Oh, if her hair didn't clip through.
Yep. I'm trying to remember if she came with the pirate accessory. Because, like, I know the DLC added a specific hat for Velvet's pirate outfit as well. Yeah, it does fit. Have you ever worn, like, a choker or anything like that, honey?
Oh, in, like, grade school.
Are they uncomfortable?
Depends on the choker.
Fair enough.
I mean, I've never worn something like this.
Right. And I mean, that's a little different than your atypical choker, I guess, since it is actually a collar. But I admit I don't 100% know the difference myself, so... Hmm.
Whenever I hear Magilu's name, I can't help but think of Magilanica.
Magilanica? Who's that?
Oh, she's just a girl who worked as part of the freak show. Talked to spirits nobody else could see.
That's her, all right. She had many mysterious powers, like moving things without touching them and divining where people would find lost
Oh,
objects.
I get it. Okay.
For a time, people called her the Little Witch. She was pretty popular.
Magilu.
Thanks to her, the rest of the troop took in plenty of cash. Or so I hear.
Yeah, but eventually they took it too far, and the kingdom tried them for heresy. I hear Magilanica was subjected to really brutal
Good
torture.
God.
True fact. Everyone knows this story.
Well, I've never heard it.
That's not too surprising. It all took place when I was a young woman myself.
Remind me, Magilu. How old are you again?
What? How old would you say I am?
Well, from your reaction, I can at least tell you're not my age.
You used Bienfu when no one could see him to be psychic, didn't you, Magi? Where is that? Aww.
More cards.
More cards.
I'm sorry, honey.
Actually, before I do that, where's the save? Oh, did it not save in this area? That's okay.
Not in this immediate area, I don't think.
That's fine. Alright, time to suffer.
It's time to die.
Where'd he get to go first?
Because he's a little piece of shit eating shit.
Oh, rude, you got my couple.
Fuck you. Fuck you very, very much. Roses. That wasn't very helpful at all.
Ah! Holy fuck!
F your couch. I'm probably gonna have to do this one again. Wait, what happened?
There was 4 more of something that it freaked out and had to reshuffle.
Let's see. There were probably too many of one game out there, so they couldn't all be collected.
Yeah, I think that was it. Now we're couples! Not exactly a couple, but family!
Yeah. You know, dad and daughter, technically.
Fuck you. Ah! What's happening? Oh, it's trying to pick up you. Okay, you're that best buddies. I barely remember the bow chick. Wow.
She's the princess. I know to a lot of people she's one of the less liked characters from that game.
Oh, I just don't remember her.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got
4 heroes. I kind of have to continue if I want to technically beat him.
Yeah.
That would tie us.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Oh, he counts as a defeat? Fuck you.
Oh well. I don't know anything about those characters, so I don't know what
This one.
I'd actually grab Yuri while you can, since that's a heroics icon possible reward. I'd grab Luke next.
Oh, cool. I got all these adorable sidekicks.
Take it.
Yeah, fuck you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, hon. You get to go first, you douche.
Grab Sheria since they're a couple.
Thank you. I didn't even see her. Don't touch her. Damn it.
Pickle piss.
You know I have more. Don't have either of these games, so I'll just. You can't have her.
Back off, bitch. She's mine. Alright.
This, sure. Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, perfect.
Mine. Yeah, suck it!
That's what you get for,
being a dick! Okay. No scions that I can see. So let's just... Well, sure, whatever.
I get Lloyd.
Yeah, getting Lloyd. Screw that noise.
Still grabbed Yuri.
So it looks like I can only grab one of these two. He doesn't have any of them either.
Maybe for a possible adorable sidekick, do those ones.
Yeah. Rude.
Ugh, he's got heroic cyclones. Oh, you can't do anything.
Okay,
Throw
I will
Huber
drop.
out.
No, what? Yeah. Bye. God damn it.
Well, you can grab Hubert and use.
Fuck you. What does he have?
He's got. I would not throw Azealia one out because you're not likely to get it.
Probably
I
just
would.
throw the green.
Yeah.
I think this is Fantasia.
Actually, I think you got a higher chance of drawing an Abyss character. I'd throw out him. Or not.
As well.
I guess it kind of works out.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my god! Ah!
You're kidding.
No!
But he didn't go for it. Okay, just take it!
You're just taking it! Fuck you! Ah!
I cannot believe he didn't go for that.
I have to do it again! On a higher difficulty.
Oh.
Oh, fuck this guy.
Oh, there's a boat. He's back.
Oh, thank you. I'll get that really fast.
I am so ecstatic. This is so dumb. Frustrated. I'm searching.
Alright. Time to deal with this bullshit. Why do you get to go first?
Why did you take the main character, ass fuck?
Okay. Princess. Don't you dare touch Asbel. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Goddamn.
Throw Sherry on top of him.
Couple.
Don't you dare take our other couple. Throw Hubert on top
Hubert!
of Pascal. I don't know.
I'll take Cutie.
Okay, we can grab Yuri now. Get Luke.
Yeah. Sweet. Nope.
Get. Lock in Asbel with Sheria. get Cress. Cress is the first.
I don't know names.
Get Luke. Get Luke. You should get a heroics icon with that. Or not. I thought it was you just needed 4. 4 specific ones. I know the red-haired one's another protagonist.
Yeah. There we go. I think it's 5.
Oh.
Oh, 5 up. Okay.
Perfect.
Finish round.
Okay. You've got 2 main characters in your hand. And I don't see any main... he got the only main character.
Damn it.
There's another one.
Okay, what does he have that's happening? Instead of Vesperia, I'm going to steal that.
You had Vesperia too.
I know, but it's one I saw.
Grab the princess.
Where? Oh, the green one?
Yeah. I think she's a princess.
We'll go with you.
I don't know enough
Ah.
about those characters.
Don't you dare touch Luke.
Grab him.
Fuck you.
Perfect.
Oh, that was me.
Yeah, it was you.
Oh my god, yay. Fuck you. No.
That was a lot easier.
Piss off. What strategy?
Well, we did kind of start using a strategy there at the end.
Kind of, but like, still. This is bullshit. Okay. Huzzah. What is behind the spoiler tag that refuses to lift? It's about Zestiria, so I don't mind.
Huh? Say again?
You were saying something about Zestiria, but there's a spoiler tag, so it's like I'm trying to read it, but it won't let me.
Wait, someone sent you a message about Zestiria?
No, it's in the guide.
In the guide. Okay, sorry, you were just looking at your text right now.
Oh! Oh, right, him. Okay. Wait, what? What about him? Knowledge peddler across from the inn. Okay. Inn. Knowledgeable peddler? Land in East Gand and Northeast Midgand has seen massive shifts in the past few centuries. Whole mountain ranges have sunk to their necks in the sea to become island chains, and countless towns and ruins now sleep beneath the waves. Towns can turn to islands. That's right, the Isle of Lakehaven were all once mountains. What? Neat, I'd like to see them. I'd like to too, but the area is covered by a constant thunderstorm. Hey, Grandpa. Ships can't get close. That's why they're sometimes called the Thunder Isles.
So that's a reference to Gramps?
Yeah, Lakehaven is where Soraya is raised.
Oh, I thought that the sound was called Lady Lake. That was near where Soraya was at.
Oh, Lakehaven, Lady Lake.
Yeah, and
But the thunderstorms are a reference to Gramps.
Okay.
That's why I was like confused.
Plus, I actually don't remember what Soraya... I mean, you spend so little time at Soraya's, native village that you never really get a chance to learn what it's called. Or never...
When will the High Priest return to us?
Keep this between us, but I heard Lord Gideon was killed by demons.
Surely that's not true.
It most certainly is true.
Hey, shh! They'll hear you. I know someone who works in the palace, and he said the demon was a girl with the head of a wolf and the body of a gorilla.
How could a demon have gotten into the palace?
Apparently, there was a power struggle among the higher-ups, and Gideon's enemies snuck the demon into his villa. They say that's why people sometimes heard terrifying screams coming from the place.
Oh, is the demon still there?
No idea. Rumor says she escaped, but I wouldn't worry. There's no way she'd stick around here.
Hello.
You think? She's right here, so you'd better watch out.
Stop messing around already.
Yeah, Makila, you do need to rein it in a little bit there.
Yeah, no, she doesn't. Well, okay, yes, she does, but no, she won't.
The nights are so cold of late. It's gotten harder to get flamestone, too.
I hear the port at Helavis is at a near standstill. No matter how much flamestone they mine from Mount Killerhouse, they can't get it shipped out. I'm sure the Abbey is aware of the situation. It's not just us who are suffering.
Yeah, except they're the ones who keep putting, you know, trade bans, so...
Right.
Yeah, they are aware of the situation, and they're exacerbating it.
I fucking hate the
sure
Abbey.
Mm-hmm.
I hate myself.
Send aid.
He doesn't give a damn about any of it.
Now you know what it's like to hate your name like I hate
An
mine.
individual, right?
I find mine a fun joke,
Artorias
though.
wants to save humanity as a whole.
I married you and became a living pun.
Yep.
It's
You have no idea
amazing.
what you're talking about.
Yep.
Aren't we part of the whole he wants to save?
What happy fools.
Sorry about that. She didn't get to see his speech, so she's been taking it out on everyone around her.
Really? What a troublesome kid.
Really, that speech was incredible.
Well, nice save, Eleanor. Like, I'm surrounded by children.
Yeah. So much stuff. So much stuff. Southwest. This way? This way. Then this.
Hey, it's the place where Velvet, you know, took the big jump to climb up the wall.
Oh, they fixed the wall. Hi, Pupper. Dwarf.
Right, I know.
What?
That's what I said.
What?
Magilu, you know how to speak dog?
Of course. It's Witchery 101.
Wow. What's it saying?
Humans always say every dog has its day, but I've never met a dog that had its own day. What about me? When's my time in the limelight? As you can see, he's very upset.
Sorry, boy. It's a dog-eat-dog world out
God
there.
damn it, Luffy said. What the fuck was that?
Part of the insane character humor of this game that makes me love it.
Am I just now on a dog hunt walkthrough? Is that what you're doing?
Mush.
Mush?
Yeah, for hunting dogs.
You
I
mean
said-
mush?
I've heard it both ways.
It's mush.
I've heard it both ways.
Doggo? Excuse me.
Hey, let's shank those exorcists.
Yeah, seriously. I know, come on.
What's this dog saying?
Humans always say, let sleeping dogs lie. But do you ever let me nap? No. Stop all the petting and let me sleep. I mean, come on. Practice what you preach. That's what I always say. You humans are all bark and no bite. As you can see, she has a lot of criticism for the systematic injustices practiced by a hypocritical and tyrannical human society.
What the
That
fuck?
is one astute doggy.
What is happening right now? God damn it.
Alright.
More dogs.
What's that? Oh, that statement could shake the very foundation of man's relationship with his self-professed best friend!
Huh? What did he just say?
Humans call us man's best friend, but they consort with the foul felines. The hound may be faithful, but not the man. He quietly
Shit.
stood, a look of betrayal in his eyes.
That's a shock. I didn't know dogs felt that way about us.
You jealous dog, you.
God damn it.
So just that statement, just the way she phrased it, I'm like, Magilu, did you turn into an Elcor?
Yes. Okay, back to plot. Now that I'm done with doggos.
Eleanor, I need you to wait outside. The boss of the Bloodwings knows an exorcist is with us, but...
Say no more. I'm sure they have clients who wouldn't appreciate their faces being known to the Abbey.
Correct. Laphicet, you stay with Eleanor.
Okay.
I'll be back soon.
What was with the shared glance? What did that mean? Okay.
My thanks for coming all this way. It's been a while. Would you care for a peach pie?
Oh, fuck yeah! Give me that pie!
Oh, it would do you good to unwind every now and again, you know. Stretch a bow too far and its string is bound to snap.
What do you want?
I would like you to escort this person out of the capital.
I feel like I know that bird.
Something smells about this. Literally. Where am I taking them?
Somewhere the authorities can't reach them.
So the bottom of the ocean. Got it.
I could do with such a place myself.
No joke. We've been looking for a place to lay low, but we haven't had any luck yet.
Well, come to think of it, I've heard a rumor that it's been a while since the Abbey has had any contact from Titania.
Prison Island.
Titania? But I thought the Abbey was in direct control of that place. Has the situation there gotten that bad since you left?
Sometimes the answer is right under your nose. I think it might work.
Yeah, could make a decent hideout actually. The Therians could definitely get their fill of malevolence there.
And the Abbey is far too goody-goody to imagine an escaped prisoner would ever return to her prison by her own free will.
At the very least, I'd say it's worth checking out.
I take it our intel has proven useful.
It has. But before we go, have you heard anything about the Abbey harboring demons?
I'm aware there was a demon in the villa, and that it has been relocated.
Where?
I can't say right this moment, but I'm sure we will find out shortly.
All right, then in exchange for this passenger's safety, I want more information on that demon.
You've got a deal.
What's with your bird?
Eisen, I heard about your confrontation with Melchior. I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you find him.
Yeah, you really blew that one, Toots.
It's fine. What's done is done.
Have you given up on finding Eifried?
No, I haven't. The crew and I will do whatever we can to quash the Abbey's plans. We do them enough damage, and the Abbey ought to start thinking about putting their hostage to good use. They'll set him up as a trap for us, and that's when we'll steal him back.
Attacking the Abbey to create an opening for his escape.
Clever.
It's what Eifried would do. That's all.
They're taking a while. Yeah.
The Shepherd has a special mission for you. You are to protect the Malak Lafiset and bring him to the Logris Abbey headquarters.
What's wrong? Hey, you want to take a walk around the capital for a bit? I can show you some of the sights.
No! Don't touch!
But, You can't trust me. I understand.
No, it's not that. I promise. I'd love to go sightseeing with you, Eleanor.
Laffy said. Well, we'll do it another time, okay?
Why?
It's just, you know, Velvet would get mad at us.
Get mad about what?
Ah, you're done. And who is this?
A VIP entrusted to us by the head of the Bloodwings. We're stowing them away on Titania where the bad guys can't get at them.
The prison island? Just who is this person?
Didn't ask.
What?
Hey, something smells nice.
Huh?
Stop sniffing things. We're leaving.
Why does he smell bad? Is he okay?
I can't believe you take a job without bothering to ask who you're escorting or why.
The less you know, the less trouble you invite.
Who is that caped man?
I do not know, but his hawk seemed extraordinarily well trained.
Trained to hunt, maybe?
I'd imagine. It takes a great deal of time and money to train a bird like that. What is it?
I smell something nice.
Indeed. The scent is somehow familiar. It can't be.
What are you two sniffing at?
Aha! They're bloodhounds on the hunt!
But we're talking about hawks hunting, aren't we?
Come again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Please excuse my poor manners.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I can't help but wonder if that was something that got lost in translation.
What does he smell like? Is there someone who is smelly that I'm supposed to remember?
I don't know. I don't remember either. I know, you know, who this character is, and I don't know what they're insinuating.
Okay. Quiet. Too quiet. Bum bum bum.
I challenge This fight is over.
It's me. It's a bushing.
But I thought you were just a bush, not a bush. Well, yeah, I guess you as a human being are an ape, so. Alright, joke works, honey.
How dare you analyze my jokes so harshly?
Don't I always?
Yeah, but it ruins them.
Come on, really?
Could you fit my comedy act into tonight's show?
Oh,
I'm
no.
still breaking in my new partner, but I can carry the act. I'd appreciate you squeezing us in.
For you, Maggie dear, I'll do it as a personal favor, but you get 200 flat. No expenses, no per diem.
Oh, come on, don't be so stingy.
It gets worse. Our headliner is doubling up after, and the opener flubbed their lines and lost us minutes.
Playing deuce for a cold house? Well, all right, them's the breaks.
What the hell are you even saying?
I'm saying we're going on, and you're my straight man.
Oh, no.
You're serious? I'll take care of the actual funny bits. Just act like you always do, and we'll be fine. Bonus
But now
points
she's
if you
gonna have
toss the
stage
men in
fright.
the audience a glare of contempt every now and then. Just trust me.
Oh, hold on. This is all happening so fast. I'm not sure I'm ready for...
You'd better get ready, because the curtain's going up.
Oh, no.
Hi there! We're Moggy and Val, your lovely comedians for today!
Oh,
Magic
no.
is in! We're still new to the comedy business, but we'll do our best to give you a memorable show!
This is gonna be painful, isn't it?
I'm Moggy, the bright, beaming one in the pair, while my moody little partner here is... Hey, what's wrong, Val? Everything okay? You need to put some energy into this, or we're in trouble. Come on! If you've got one redeeming feature, it's your moxie.
That might be, but this is different.
I can see you're going through something right now. All right, let's take a deep breath together. Excuse us for just one moment. Velvet, what are you doing? We're losing the audience.
I can't help it. I've never talked in front of such a big crowd before.
Wait, don't tell me you've got stage fright?
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
I do. That's so unlike you. Just pretend that you're fighting some nasty exorcist and give it some gusto.
Easy for you to say. I'm embarrassed out here.
Don't be such a girl.
I am a girl.
That's it. Just do that, but project your voice.
I can't, and I don't want to.
You're a comedian. You have to. Where's your passion for your newfound art?
I'm not one, and I've never had any.
No, I can see it within you, deep down, the burning passion of a true artist at heart.
I've had enough! I can't do this with you!
Sorry, folks, show's over.
Well, you've certainly shown me something new. A comedy team that just stands on stage whispering to each other.
We're going for a brand new comedic style. So, what did you think?
Don't quit your day job.
That's what I thought.
Ah, now she plays the straight man.
Jeez. That was awful. That was so painful.
And there's one for every companion.
Oh, no.
You're gouging us just because you can.
Well, if you want to pay less, maybe you should go find someone more generous. Hmm?
Looks like they're at it again.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What was that? Hello?
What's happening? Benwick, snap out of it! Benwick!
Huh? I was haggling for supplies, and...
Tell you what, I'll give you a fair price. Actually, just take what you need.
The fuck?
We should all endeavor to help contribute to the common good of humanity, rather than selfishly pursue wanton profit.
The fuck?
What? Are you sure?
No. Wait. What was I saying?
You felt that too, didn't you, kiddo?
Yeah, it disappeared, but I felt a strong force coming from somewhere to the north.
It's called a domain. A Moloch zone of influence.
Wait, if it's north of here, then...
The Empyrean's throne?
Did that happen because of something Innominat and Artorias did?
Oh boy.
I don't know.
I've got a bad feeling.
Strong enough to have a
this.
domain now.
We should get far away from here, and quickly.
So, the suppression.
I'm sorry, ¿qué pasa?
Well, that was certainly off-putting. But our job with Tabitha comes first. And we need a hideout soon, too.
True enough.
Hey, geezer, you alright? What nonsense are you spouting, youngin'?
That's one spirited old man.
Well, it's just that you suddenly got all polite on me, and you were all like, "Oh no, good chum, worry not about your debt to me."
I thought I said stop spouting nonsense.
It's not nonsense. You did say it. I heard you say it.
He did, but we were all acting strangely. You said, after you, fine sir. And I said, no, 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 I simply couldn't. You first, dear friend. There's no way in hell I would ever let you go first.
Come to think of it, that's right. But he said not to worry about our debts, and now he's taking it back? That's inhuman, cruel, ruthless.
They lost control of themselves, but still have their memories. Maybe something was manipulated.
Creepy.
What in the world happened to us?
I don't get it, but what I do get is that he said we don't owe him nothing. So my debt to you is off, right, old man?
Same here, same here.
Shut your traps. I'd be flat broke if I let you knuckleheads off the hook. Now shut up and pay up.
Something really strange happened here.
Seems so. And I think this is just the beginning of it.
Oh boy, this is gonna get way cultier than I thought it was gonna get.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, when I first saw that, I'm like,
Scout ship setting sail.
is the main villain of Tales of Symphonia behind this?
Oh shit, he kind of did that too, huh?
Well, that's what kind of. Spoilers for Tales of Symphonia. Just throwing that out there.
Morning.
The problem with the main villain's plan in Tales of Symphonia is it's not 100% clear how it affected the human psyche in a sense. Because his plan was he wanted to return everyone into lifeless beings. Which would, from what we understand, was he basically was going to turn them into angels. But when we saw with other characters who also became angels, they retained their personalities. But then when you saw the angels who were living in the city, they didn't.
Waves.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's time you showed us your face, Mystery Monk?
You're right. My apologies.
That voice.
I knew it! Prince Percival!
Percival Ilmid Asgard. Crowned prince and heir to the throne of the Midgand Kingdom.
Huh. So.
So he's next in line, is he?
It looks like someone already had me figured out.
Yes, Your Highness. I could tell from your fragrant wood scent, as only the royal family may wear it.
Oh, that's a what?
But if I may ask, why?
Then why are you wearing it, you
Explain
idiot?
myself to gain your aid. I myself could ask what an exorcist is doing consorting with members of the underworld.
I don't...
It doesn't matter why you're here. On this ship, you're here for us to use to our advantage.
Treat me as you will. It's not like I can ever go back.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. You get exiled by the church because they're all
Born
fucking
with
crazy.
silver spoons spewing out of his mouth. Princie Poo's rather laid back.
Prince Percival is an upstanding man, renowned for both his intelligence and his fair, just demeanor. It's widely believed that with him on the throne, Midgand's prosperity will continue and...
Look, I played dumb earlier, but I smelled that scent too. He wore it for us to notice. He wanted us to know just what sort of position he held, and how useful he could be to us.
He surprised me, at least.
Do you think we're being led into another trap?
We
Because
definitely
you're
can't take that
innocent
possibility
baby,
off the
my
table.
child.
When the time comes, he'll make a good hostage, if nothing else.
Not if the ones we face are after his life too.
For now, let's just make sure we keep an eye on him.
The prince. He said he couldn't go back.
I wonder why.
You abandon a kingdom, I would assume shit goes down.
It's been too long since we've seen our headless Smith.
Prison. It's like a secret fort or something.
Bless your
Weirdly
heart.
quiet, though.
Yeah, I don't see a single exorcist on watch.
Oh, hi, Dial.
Oh
Let's
gosh,
scope out
Dial,
the
it has been a
inside.
while. It's just, y'all are crazy weird.
Hmm. You didn't save?
Didn't think so. Didn't think I needed to.
Fair enough. It just
An
it
exorcist.
felt like you intentionally walked over it, so. Oh.
Are you alright?
Headless Knights back.
She's dead.
I mean, we have a headless samurai. Does that count?
The Headless Knight is back?
Oh, hi.
Rawr.
Think this is the demon that attacked her?
No, it's not headless.
Another prison riot?
Well, time for you to die.
Dial. You two protect Kamoana and the prince.
Understood.
I love how he said understood, but the subtitle said got it.
I think Dial said got it, or I think one of them said got it, and the other one said understood. I could be totally wrong about that,
My
but
time.
still, it's not the worst
So did the
subtitling
Abbey
I've seen.
actually fail to quell the riot?
I find that hard to believe. The prison was heavily staffed with exorcists.
Perhaps it was venomization.
Venomization?
A dark ritual, forcing demons to eat each other in order to produce ever stronger demons.
Why the fuck would anyone
So
do
the
that? I mean,
demons
like, I understand.
devoured each other,
I guess it's
creating
velvet,
a
but
demon too powerful for the exorcists to control?
I imagine the riot didn't help.
Now whose fault could that have been, I wonder?
Whatever happened doesn't matter to us now. We need to focus on how to take this place for ourselves.
That exorcist from before said something about a headless knight, right?
That one's probably the leader.
Then we hunt it down and destroy it.
Now, one thing I am...
Until we capture the island, let's use this room for our staging ground. I'll leave the prince and Kamoana to you two. Eliminate any enemies who come in.
Understood.
Don't expect much from me, but all right.
Kamoana, if anything happens, call for me and I'll come running to protect you, okay?
Okay, you stay safe too, Eleanor.
I think she could eat anything
Let's
that got in
go.
her way, to be honest, but you know.
Now, I am kind of curious. If a Therian eats another demon, does it get stronger? I mean, obviously Velvet got stronger when she ate her sister, but it's like, do Therians suffer from venomization? Because they're supposed to eat demons and malevolence, you know? Or does venomization only happen when non-Therian demons eat each other?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it kind of this sort of a mentality kind of reminds me a lot of Bleach, of all things. Kind of reminds me of how when they got into Grimjow's backstory about how
Spoilers for Bleach?
spoilers for Bleach, I guess. How when they got into Grimjow's backstory, they explained that hollows eating other hollows merge into bigger hollows, but if one of the hollows that's part of the big ones has a will that's stronger than others, he retains his identity, and it's a big thing. And I really don't have the time or the patience to try to dissect it, but it kind of reminds me of that idea.
We won, right? Right?
This island reeks with malevolence.
I imagine it's emanating from all the big old demons roaming about.
So maybe this is just trying to make an excuse of why the enemies are stronger here.
Mm-hmm.
Just how does this sword work?
Don't touch it.
All touchy.
No touch. Oh, hello.
Hey, it's you again.
I'm so busy. I'm so busy I can't even notice what's going on around me.
You're not fooling anybody. Why bother?
I was hoping to not have to deal with yous guys. Whenever I run into yous, I always lose so much monies.
Because Velvet always forces unreasonable demands on you?
Oh, Miss Exorcist, your concern warms my little turtle's heart.
I'm not forcing anything. I just think he's trying to take advantage of us by fixing his prices well above market rate.
Price fixing? As in deliberately marking up items so as to take advantage of the less fortunate? I was under the impression that the Abbey strictly forbade such unscrupulous business tactics.
Perish the thought, Miss. Our accounting is always above board. 25 hours a day, 8 days a week. No matter when's and no matter where's, you can get
So is that where November 31st comes from?
I'm getting such intense Larry Butts vibes from this guy.
Give
If it stinks, it's gotta be the butts.
He so
Stinks, it's
desires.
gonna be
Or
that
something
portal.
smells.
Running a
It's all
business
it's
is
gotta
hard work. Hang in there.
Much obliged.
Girl, I was hanging out with Myko Fenruth in my mansion with a golden picket fence. Sir, must I remind you to please tell the truth, because lying is a criminal offense. And unfortunately, I don't remember the rest of the actual song, because I honestly listened to the parody of that one way more. And for those who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, it's called Turnabout Musical.
There's a project I I was part of for.
It was more Jesse who extensively worked on it. You just provided a voice, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah.
I auditioned for some voices. I don't know if
they ever got used.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of the things you've auditioned for, have you heard anything about?
Oh, it's probably dead.
Oh, that's a shame.
That's kind of the curse with
fan projects.
Yeah, fan projects, and they're one of their directors.
Oh, he's known for being flaky.
She.
Oh, she.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's kind of just a repeat of other projects that I've watched her do.
Oh, lovely.
From the way you were talking, it seemed like you had an idea of who was behind the riot. What happened here?
I'd think someone in your position would know.
There were reports of a large riot, but I was caught up in chasing you, so I heard little else.
It was a small affair, really. Velvet Rokuro and I were being held on this island. Velvet instigated the other prisoners to riot so that we could escape.
She used the prisoners?
Yeah. You'd expect different from me?
How did it end?
We didn't stay to see, but the prisoners were losing badly. At least, that's what it looked like. But if that was the case, then where did all the exorcists go?
I know Oscar left to report the incident, but the other guards should have remained at their posts.
Well, if they didn't flee, we have to assume they were all killed.
By this headless knight, perhaps? Well, no sense losing our heads, I suppose. But it looks like we're in for a heck of a fight.
All we have to do is mop up anyone who's left. What was it called? Venomization, right? The dark ritual of making demons feed on each other to birth stronger ones.
Eisen, how many demons does the ritual require?
It's more a matter of quality than quantity. Stronger demons mean more powerful malevolence.
The ritual mixes the victor's malevolence with that of the devoured, creating a terrible, bloodthirsty monster. You see, the newfound power comes at a great cost. With it, the victor's last vestiges of self-control are stripped away.
So it's something even more than a monster. A seething ball of pure power and malevolence.
Roguro, don't tell me you're considering it for yourself.
Of course I am. I'll consider anything that can make me stronger.
You cannot be serious!
What's there to be so surprised about? Well, look at Velvet. She's already eaten countless demons.
You're ridiculous!
He's right. If it helps me find my vengeance, I don't care.
Velvet?
Wait, are you really going to do it?
Relax, it's not gonna happen. Becoming a monster wouldn't bother me. But when I defeat my rival, I have to be myself for it to mean anything. It's the same for Velvet.
It is?
Besides, if I kill a previous victor of the ritual, I'll have proved myself strong enough not to need the extra power.
You're ridiculous.
That was sweet.
Mm-hmm. I mean, again, I think that's why Therians don't suffer from venomization, since Velvet eats them all the time, but she never loses herself like that. Ugh, that giggle is so unnerving for me. Bless you.
Thank you.
Big red monster coming up?
Just a monster.
Okay.
It's resistant to fire.
Alright. Oh, I wonder if this thing took up residence in Velvet's prison cell, since we're almost all the way down there.
By the looks of it, yeah. Wonder if they were trying to start over with whatever the hell Velvet was.
It's possible, yeah. Maybe someone who was in on the feed Velvet demons didn't properly understand why Velvet was being fed demons. So...
Oh, you a big boy.
I, for some reason, remembered this was a horseback, a demon on horseback, but I remembered
He must
wrong.
be the product of the venomization.
Well, he definitely looks vicious enough.
Not as vicious as our Velvet, though.
Where's his voice even coming from?
I don't know. Look inside.
Well, that takes care
That
of
was easy.
Yeah, I was expecting a lot worse than that.
Oh, there I am. Well, there my house, I mean.
I feel something again.
More malevolence?
No, another Earth Pulse point. It must be on this island.
I sense it too. It's very close.
Yeah, it was an Earth Pulse point. I knew it.
Yeah, but we're not
Directly underneath us, I would guess.
Oh, why do you have your compass
What is
out, buddy?
this place? Welcome to the most secure cell in the entire complex. The darkest hole in Titania. Feel anything, Laphicet?
Yeah, I think this is the Earth Pulse point.
If this cell is where the Earth Pulse point is, then does that mean it housed a Therian?
Yeah. And a real hungry one at that. Every day, they would toss demons into its cell. It would devour its fill, then wipe the blood from its lips.
Or hand,
Never
really,
once
but
realizing it was delivering to Inominat the malevolence of hundreds of demons and prisoners. And then one day, there appeared before it a female Moloch, who shattered the barrier and freed the Therian from its cage.
I wonder if her ability to destroy the
But
barriers
the
is
Therian
from...
knew no mercy, and it devoured its liberator. And it was then... It was then I obtained the power. The power to avenge my brother.
Velvet, you're a Therian?
Oh, yeah,
This
I guess
prison
besides
island was a
Rokuro.
feeding ground for the Therian, harnessing the malevolence created by the prisoners within.
But because Velvet escaped, the malevolence went out of control.
Wow, the same darn thing that happened back in Kamoana's village.
Lord Artorias would never have done such a thing.
Oh, shut
No.
up!
What's so unbelievable? That
You've
he used
seen
his
so
wife's
much proof,
brother as a
bitch.
human sacrifice? That he imprisoned his wife's sister? Because that's what your damned holy shepherd did! All to get his hands on Inominat's power!
I'm sure he had a reason
God
for
damn it, you freaking love struck.
To spare the world of its pain? Don't give me that! Who will spare my brother's pain? Who will soothe my brother's despair? He murdered my little brother Luffy! And you'll stand there and tell me it was for the greater good? At any rate, that's one less Therian for us to track down.
Velvet.
Wow.
Kamoana?
She can yell really loud if we could hear it all the way from
Yell
here.
at you so hard you're starting to hear voices
Oh, I
now?
thought she...
Wait.
I have a feeling something's wrong. Kamoana could be in danger.
But We already beat the Headless Knight.
I still can't shake this feeling. Please, let's go back and check on them.
What's up?
Just prepping. Bum, bum, bum. Forgot how much that thing fucking looped. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
So, Velvet is Etherian, is she? I knew there was something off about her.
But it's what she cried out that's really on my mind. Laphicet, is Velvet truly Lord Artorias' younger sister?
She never told me.
If it were true, I suppose it would explain her knowledge of Lord Artorias' training.
If you're so curious, why not ask her yourself? Hey, Velvet, what's your connection to Artorias?
Roku!
I heard you whispering. Doesn't bother me. Artorias was married to my late sister, Celica. He was our brother-in-law. We lived together for more than 10 years.
That does explain a few things.
So he sacrificed his little brother and turned his sister into a Therian.
But you were his family.
Well, it's because he's a heartless bastard.
Family is inconsequential. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. All he did was act according to his ideal logic.
I wonder if that turn of phrase originates from Star Trek, or if Star Trek just popularized it.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's, again, I think it's kind of like how we were talking about Blight earlier, like 2 hours ago. Makes me wonder, I'm like, is it from Star Trek?
I don't remember where my turtles friend. Oh, there's the my turtles friend. Hi.
Sorry, I'm looking up if Star Trek, if Spock was the first person to ever speak that line. Famously arbitrated to Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Movies all chocolate ever since the Dickens. I was wondering Barbara Special Revenge. Okay, so from what I can see here, The specific phrasing of the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few was first uttered by Spock. But the term was put forth... And again, this is just from what I could find, so there could be... So this could be wrong. So
it turns out that Velvet is a Therian who consumes malevolence.
And too much malevolence is what changes people into demons. Strong enough malevolence can persist after the person who created it dies, turning their corpse or spirit into a raging monster. That's how undead and phantom demons come about.
Then the demons Velvet killed turned back into humans because she devoured their malevolence.
Yeah, and consequently, they avoided becoming undead or anything like that.
So she saved them. Well, I mean, a corpse is a corpse, of course, of course.
Do you think she could devour only the malevolence and turn a living demon human again?
Unfortunately, that's impossible due to malevolence's self-reinforcing nature. When Therians are connected to Enominat through an Earth pulse point, they seem to be able to absorb small concentrations of malevolence from the surrounding area and inhibit the creation of new demons. But any human who builds up enough malevolence to turn into a demon will keep producing malevolence as long as they live.
That's right. To devour any malevolence, I need to cut it off at the source. That's how my powers work.
Velvet, I'm sorry.
I don't mind it. Actually, I find it convenient. This way, I'll never forget my hatred for Artorias.
Plus, as long as you stay away from an Earth pulse point, you get to keep the power of any malevolence you consume.
Fuel for my hatred, yes.
Laffy's like scared out of his poor little mind.
But from what this one post I could find is Jeremy Bentham. He's a philosopher, I believe. I don't know enough about him. Said it is the greatest good to the greatest number of people, which is the measure of right and wrong. But like I said, this is just from what I could find. In regards to, like, this was a quick, just few minute search, but this is the one thing I could find that predates that expression.
Yeah. It's definitely like the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The prettified version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely made by Star Trek, I guess.
Yeah.
But like the thought.
Yeah, I mean,
probably it dates back all the way to like freaking Greece for all we know.
I mean, for all we know, it's like it could have been a thought process as long as people have been people.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it was just, I was curious about the specific phrase, so good to know. Again, it's just kind of another one of those things that it's like, yeah, here's a long list of things about that Star Trek has done that has actually greatly impacted our society.
Oh, I died.
Okay.
Oh, we need an item?
Yeah, it's too narrow. I can't get away from the demons to cast direct.
We'll go buy some life bottles back from that turtle.
Yeah, that would be a good idea before we get into this boss fight. Oh, fuck, I died. Maybe if I take out these
Oh, I died again.
Right, as I was about to cast heal. Here, let me try to resurrect you for real once.
Okay.
There's less demons, so maybe I can pull it off. No! No, I cannot. Resurrected and then immediately, like, lose all my health? Gosh dang it. There's only one demon left, so... Please.
Turtles. Hi. I lied. I need more stuff. Just give me like that many. Thank you. And give me like that many. And give me like that many. Thanks, bye.
I honestly wonder why the tail... Maybe... I find it odd that the newer Tales games drastically reduce your max item size compared to the older ones. And I don't actually remember when this change was officially made, you know?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. And I guess I could see it as a way of trying to make the games more challenging, because I know the Tales games have a wee bit of a reputation of being incredibly easy RPGs.
Oh no.
No demons.
They're not in here anymore.
Are you sure we're in the right spot?
Yeah. I want this.
What?
I'm just trying to make sure this makes sense and things. Oh, there came more than exit to the south. To the south. Oh, hello. Oh, I died.
I've got a feeling it's these mages that are seriously destroying us. What? Brother. Parrot?
Fuck?
This is a new one.
Cool. That was cool.
I didn't know you learned new Mystic Arts.
Well, you had the trophy, so...
I guess it's been too long.
I'll give the heal. Okay.
Whew. I thought we were done for.
Oh, this is a different dock.
Yep, we're on the wrong side of the island.
No, that's okay. It told me to come here. So all is well.
Oh, I did remember correctly.
You found it. Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, it was cooler when Eleanor did it. You guys just were copying.
You really came back for me. A promise.
I'm your new mother now.
Don't worry, I won't give you a bad
Headless
condition.
knight and a horse demon.
Oh, so it's a man riding on top of... Wait, if this was in Zestiria, would people just see this guy constantly getting piggybacks from another guy?
The dying exorcist lady wasn't saying Headless Knight is back. She was going for Headless Knight on horseback.
Whatever the case, we'll fight whoever we have to claim this island.
My house.
Our house. In the middle of our house.
Help but wonder how the horse is named.
Get close and look if you're that kid.
He's resistant to earth and wind, by the by.
Good to know.
Weak to physical. Or neutral, or whatever you want to call it. Rude.
Wow. That way. I took like a big broke the guard and took one of your...
My thanks, I used that. Fuck you.
You got it back.
Still, fuck you. Can you not, like, do that? Thank you, Maggie.
About to die.
Yeah, I know. Can't see where I am.
It's like, I know I'm not a healer. You know, that's not Eleanor's role, but jeez, that healing spell is absolutely worthless.
Magulu and Lofty aren't doing much better, to be fair.
Oh crap!
Oh, there's others!
When did they get here?
I don't know, but he's dead, so... That would explain why we were having trouble.
That's venomization, all right. Definitely stronger than that headless lump of
What are
armor.
you doing back there, girl?
I beg your pardon?
Not you.
What? Penny? Oh, hey, it's you!
No, look! It's absorbing the malevolence. It's a Therian.
Actually, that hawk is Griffin, my one and only friend.
A damned Therian. So that's what Tabitha meant when she said we'd find out shortly.
Oh, you were carrying around... That was... Oh, wait, it could transform into two different things?
It's
What the
like
fuck?
I said,
What's my monster
Griffin
form?
has been my dear friend ever since I was a child.
And why can't...
Even if he's a Therian now, that hasn't changed.
I want to do
So
that.
you knew you were helping a Therian.
It's the same thing. Well, but
What are you
Beetle,
plotting?
it has a monster form
I
and just
have
its
no
small
plots
insect
or
form.
schemes.
Fair
I just
enough.
want Griffin to be
It's
free.
just Griff,
I guess
his
we shouldn't
eagle.
be surprised. The Crown Prince and future King. He's gonna do whatever he likes.
I suppose I am at that. But if I am, it's the first time I've ever been allowed a choice of my own. When you're a prince, you're not a person. You're an institution, one designed to serve the state and its people. Say, for instance, you're doing your law studies and your back suddenly itches. What do?
I mean, I'd scratch it. Who wouldn't?
When I did that, my tutor gave me a whipping so hard the blood ran down my back.
God damn, what the fuck?
The reason being that I prioritized a personal feeling, that is to say my itch, over my studies in service of the state. Seeing Griffin lay claim to the skies let me imagine my own freedom. It was my lone solace over the years. But then, he turned out to be responsive to Innominat's power.
I take it the Midgand royal family is well aware that the Abbey is creating Therians.
Of course. How could we not? The kingdom offers unequivocal support to Shepherd Artorius' vision of reason and will. Even so, if there was one thing I could never permit, it was seeing Griffin locked up and unable to fly. Never. I tricked the Exorcist on guard and disabled the barrier. But then Griffin attacked the Exorcist and killed him.
That's why you said you could never go back.
They can overlook a single dead exorcist, but with a Therian removed, malevolence will engulf the capital.
I knew full well what I was doing. And yet, I couldn't watch my friend's life be stripped away.
Your Highness.
He chose a single bird over the world. Why do you think that birds fly?
That's what Lord Artorius asked me.
My anatomy book says birds can fly because their bones are light and their wing muscles are enormously strong.
Birds fly because a bird that cannot fly is no bird at all. That's what I think.
I wonder if that's the answer
I
Artorius
understand now.
wants.
As long as you remain on this island, you may do as you please. But if you try to escape, I'll kill you.
Okay.
That should work.
Thanks, fam.
This way we'll have him on hand if we ever need a hostage.
Understood. I appreciate you letting Griffin and me stay here.
Well, now that that's taken care of, let's build ourselves a hideout.
Building montage, go! Aw.
Have I mentioned how much I really like that question, that it keeps getting brought up throughout the course of the game?
Yee.
Hey, Velvet, do you know where Eleanor is?
Wasn't she just playing with you?
Yeah, but then she left. I'm worried because she looked pretty sad. Can you go find her?
Why me? All right, fine. Just don't cry on me, okay?
Goddamn. What is with you? You're just such a big sister. I love it.
One of my specialties. From a long time ago. Hey, Rokuro, have you seen Eleanor?
Oh, having some sake?
Probably. I don't know. Bit drunk.
Just try not to go overboard.
But man, are we a bunch of screw-ups or what? I mean, we've kidnapped a prince now. They gotta have laws against that. Broke out of prison, flattened Helavis, tried to assassinate a shepherd. Hey, how many infractions do you think we're on the hook for?
Pardon me if I don't stop and count. If you don't like it, nobody's forcing you to tag along.
No. Still haven't repaid my debt to you.
No.
You say that, but you really just want to beat Shigure, don't you?
Whoa, to me, they're both connected. It's a long story, but I can tell you if you...
I'll pass.
Well, join me for a drink then?
Can't. I'm 19.
What a responsible 19-year-old.
Huh. A most interesting interpretation. What do you make of this part here, then?
Well, if you pronounce it Loney Kyle, then it'd mean midriff, which probably isn't right. Maybe Muse Mila?
Well, that would make this passage read, Pornges are nummy.
Okay. Yeah,
Muse
that's
Mila.
not right either.
Aww.
The two sisters.
What's wrong, Velvet?
from
Midriff.
Seen Eleanor?
No, I haven't. Sorry, I know I'm supposed to watch
oranges.
her.
Just read somewhere where there's more light. You'll hurt your eyes like this.
Okay.
Oh man, this game is so
Big
cheeky with its
sister.
references.
Such big sister energy.
Hey, you got any idea where Eleanor is?
No, sorry. I was having a meeting with Benwick and the crew about our search for Ifried.
Are you sure you're okay with putting that off? At this point, the Abbey doesn't have much reason to keep him alive. Wouldn't you rather look for him than Therians?
I know time is a factor, but we still don't have any decent leads. I think we need to stir up the Abbey and see what shakes loose. And who better to do that than you?
So this works for both of us then.
Never fear. I'm still acting out of self-interest. Besides, Ifried won't die so easily.
He's a strong man. It'd take a lot to bring him down.
Yeah. I've never seen him flinch from a storm, no matter how choppy the seas.
Where angels fear to tread, as they say.
Probably some of that as well.
Hey, any idea where Eleanor went?
How should I know? I'm too busy to spare any time worrying about anyone else.
You look pretty distinctly unoccupied to me right now.
Right. I'm busy being unoccupied.
You're... what?
It's simple. When you have free time, it means you're busy trying to avoid having any business to do.
You're too weird for this world, Magulu.
Says the woman with the world's blandest personality.
I always figured you'd be the type to take off as soon as things got hairy. So what keeps you here?
I am utterly, completely, totally, wholly devoid of anything else to do. Which is to say I'm...
unoccupied.
Right, now you get it. Besides, I have to stick around to see how our bet turns out, don't I?
Oh, well, shit. What was our bet?
Shoot, I don't remember the bet.
Fuck.
Hold on. I mean, I know she made a bet with Rokuro about Velvet giving up, but... Velvet... My latest bet with Velvet says...
There you are, Eleanor. Kamoana's worried about you.
You actually came looking for me?
Can't say no to a crying child.
Indeed. She may be a Therian now, but deep down, she's still a lonely little girl. That's something I've come to realize in traveling with you all. Wretched demons and Therians, even the Malakim who'd I'd only thought of as tools. They all live and think as humanly as the rest of us. was so clueless. I didn't know what demon blight really was, nor what the Abbey was doing. Through it all, I knew nothing beyond blind belief in whatever I was taught.
Ignorance is bliss, as they say.
The coward's path is not that of an exorcist. They may say, I didn't know anything, so I can't be blamed. I can't live like that. I think I'll stay here a little longer to cool my head off. Please tell Kamoana I'm alright.
Don't stay out too long. The sea breeze can get cold.
Thank you.
Don't get the wrong idea. If you got sick or something, Kamoana and Laphicet would worry. That's all.
But the bet was Magilu bet Velvet 100 gal to that.
I have something to say.
She'd give up. But it was just an excuse for her to stick around.
There's something I've been hiding, until now. I've been acting undercover on a special mission for Lord Artorias.
Uh-huh, and?
I was to watch over the Malik Laphicet and bring him to Abbey headquarters. So vital was the mission, I was to do whatever it took, even kill my fellow exorcists.
You were gonna take me to them.
I'm sorry for deceiving you, Laphicet. Originally, I was going to get you to lower your guard, then take you in. However, I no longer intend on following the Abbey's orders.
Can he hear
You're turning
you?
your back on Artorias?
No. I still believe in the sincerity of Lord Artorias. That the world he seeks is one that will benefit all humankind. But nevertheless, I simply cannot bring myself to condone the methods he has chosen to achieve that vision. So... I will help you protect the Therians. Until I discover the answer I seek.
Eleanor!
I want to live a life that I don't have to be ashamed of. And to do that, I have to learn the truth for myself.
So, you live by your emotions after all.
Maybe you found your own creed.
Welcome to our wonderful world of wickedness.
Don't equate us! To act in opposition of one's feelings is to act opposed to reason.
You never make things simple, do you?
You should be glad I don't.
Yeah. After all, she's my vessel.
Yes, yes.
Aw, one big fractured as hell family.
That is why this is probably
So, I
one
think
of
our
the
next
best,
order of
'cause
business
they
is
really
to
do
find
feel like a
ourselves another
family.
Therian. Well, that's the extent of my insight.
I
Anyone
think
got
Tales of
any
Symphonia did it
actual
better.
leads?
I don't
What if we
disagree.
had Eleanor swipe some
but-
intel on them from the Abbey? That could work.
I don't know.
I want to acknowledge it when a Tales game does it
Officially,
this
the
well.
Abbey still
'cause
considers her a
as
traitor.
much as I love the
So who
series,
would
they
leak
don't
anything to her.
Yeah. Besides, we can't put Laphicet in danger like that. And anyway, Eleanor's terrible at being a spy.
Ungracious, but accurate.
You know that special underground cell from yesterday? I want to go back there. There's something I want to try out.
All right, let's go.
Laphicet, I must offer you an apology.
What for?
For spying. I was plotting to take you back to the Abbey. I am truly sorry.
It was your mission, wasn't it? Somehow I think I always knew.
You did?
Call it a hunch. Besides, Velvet was really suspicious of you. Whenever you feel you're doing something wrong, you start to sweat a lot. It seemed odd.
How long have you known?
Ever since you became a vessel for me. I think Velvet knew too.
You're really bad at this.
That's quite a shock. I failed completely in my role as a spy. It's pathetic. Shameful, really.
Well, I think it says something good about you.
Huh?
Someone who can't lie well seems like a better person than someone who has an easy time of it.
Thank you, Laphicet. I think you're the better person here.
I wouldn't go that far.
You're a pure cinnamon roll. Shut up and accept that love.
What are you doing here, Bienfu?
I was hoping you'd let me join in.
You're not my...
Piss off.
Get the fuck out of here, Bienfu.
Please leave us be for now.
I'll be quiet. Just let me hang around, all right?
Kill him. Someone kill him.
And you're a disgusting pervert.
She's a what?
Laphicet, thank you. I hope we can stay friends.
I hope so too, Eleanor.
I think I'm finally getting the hang of cooking without testing the taste.
You know, I've always thought you were a really good cook, Velvet.
It's not so hard. All you have to do is follow the recipe. After my sister died, I always did the cooking. The most important thing is adding just the right amount of salt, and the final adjustments of flavor. Oh, and once you're just about done, you have to make a wish that it turns out tasty.
I'm sorry, what? That's so cute.
Yeah, so long as you do that, anything will turn out tasting good. Celica taught me that.
P.S. just for everyone watching, get Velvet to cooking level 20.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Just
But
start
now
doing
I'll
it.
never be her match.
God damn it.
I've lost my taste, sure, but I've also forgotten what it even feels like to taste something delicious. What I make isn't really food.
Oh, you
It's merely
know.
sustenance.
What?
That fucking hurts. Artorias took the last connection away from her that she had with her sister.
The cooking.
Being able to taste food.
This is great.
Fuck
You're a
Artorias.
fine chef,
I
Velvet.
hope he dies.
I just remembered something my sister said.
I think
She always wished
Artorias
for our food to
really,
taste
in my
good,
opinion, is
because
the
she
most
wanted to see us
hateable
happy when
villain
we
in the
ate.
entire
If
series.
they make me try to feel bad for him, I will
And
break
she
this game.
said I ate like a pig,
And
too.
it really is because
I don't think you do.
It's a good thing.
I know one of
You
because
should
most
eat a
other
lot,
villains
too,
and most
so
other
you
games
can
are
grow up
viewed
big
as
and strong.
such. Artorias is well
Hey,
loved by
Bienfu, I
most
have a question
people.
for you.
So
I know Magilu likes to call herself a witch and all.
So many skits.
What is
Ah!
she really?
The obvious guess would be that she's an exorcist, but I don't think I ever saw her name in the roster.
That's not surprising. She is indeed a bona fide dark witch. I should know. I saw one night just how scary she could be. It's enough to keep you awake at night. It was near the crater of a volcano. Above the bubbling magma sat a huge cauldron. Inside the cauldron, a blood-red liquid stickily simmered, boiling in the hellfire heat. When droplets splattered onto Miss Magilu's cheeks, she just cackled and licked it off. And she kept the cauldron boiling for 3 days and 3 nights.
What if she was making blood pudding and it was pig's blood?
Strawberry
Oh.
jam.
What?
What's scary about that?
I was just getting to the scary part. Instead of using sugar, she put in soy sauce, cooking wine, and liquor. Soy sauce and strawberries? Is that normal?
I've done soy sauce and various berries to make various sauces at work, so yeah.
Makes it taste great. Not that someone like you would understand the appeal. You have to have a refined.
Although I've never done strawberries, I've done cranberries.
Wait, I've heard of that. You can boil things in soy sauce and wine to preserve them. When you do it with strawberries, it's called strawberry soup.
That's right!
Actually, strawberry soup has sea urchin and abalone, not strawberries. It's just called that because the sea urchin plumps up like berries. And it's not preserved either.
Really? Well, I had no idea. Wow, I really liked it too. I wonder if the reason she's never made it for me again is because she realized the mix-up. Now that I think about it, that's not the only thing I like that she made one time. Like durian jellies and the candied sweet fish too.
I think I see what's going on here.
What does the food she's made more than once taste like?
It's just normal stuff, like what you guys always have. Only a truly scary witch could hide that much cooking talent behind such plain-tasting food with no one the wiser.
What?
I didn't follow what they were implying at all.
I know this smell.
I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
it's Prince Percival's fragrant wood perfume. When I told him I'd never smelled it before, he put a little on my sleeve to try it out.
I love the smell of the royal family's perfume. It's
Well,
distinct,
considering the
but
fact that
not
we're convinced you're Alicia's ancestor, you're probably gonna marry him.
Conifers grow in snowy land.
I've noticed
I don't
that
think
you
so,
and
because he's
Velvet
the.
and Mogulu smell nice
I
too.
think this is the
Do you all
ancestry
wear
of the
same
Pendrago
perfume?
Oh,
line.
We do?
fair enough.
We don't use that stuff, but maybe you're smelling the soap we use.
Oh, can only the royal family wear fragrant wood?
No. Some fragrances, including the Fandaria scented ones, only the royal family can use, but most don't have any such restriction.
If they all smell so good on humans, why doesn't everyone use them?
You know, I've never thought about that. Why do you think that is, Aizen?
It's a bit complicated. To explain it right, I'd have to start with the history of bathing in mid.
I'm sorry, the history of bathing?
A few hundred years ago, people believed they would die if they took a bath.
What?
They were so terrified of baths that they wouldn't even go near one.
This has what kind of bullshit?
Scared of taking a bath. Why would that even happen?
Well, at the time, a deadly plague was running rampant, and people thought that it could be transmitted through bathwater. Bear in mind that this was all before we had proper plumbing or techniques to purify water. People couldn't just bathe anywhere. Sewers like the one we used to sneak through Logres are a fairly recent construction, only around a century old.
Some people even thought bathing at all was unhygienic.
Right. As bathing went out of style, the royal family started to use these fragrant woods.
Covering up their bad smell with a good one.
Yep. As a result, their perfumes used to be far more potent, to the point where you couldn't even tell if it smelled good anymore.
But nowadays, nobody actually believes that bathing can make you sick, right?
As civilization advanced, plumbing became widespread, and baths themselves became much cleaner fixtures than they used to be.
And the fragrant woods fell out of favor because they were no longer necessary, right?
To the contrary, as the people gained prosperity, the perfumes became a popular display of wealth. The newfound popularity didn't last long, however, thanks to the propagation of a new disease. One that didn't transmit through baths.
Demon blight, you mean?
With the rise of demon attacks, life outside the city walls became increasingly difficult. With fragrant woods now harder to come by, the perfumes once again became the domain of royalty.
I guess that means that fragrant woods share a long and complicated history with plagues.
To cover up the truth of malevolence, the powers that be spread rumors of a demon plague, continuing their time-honored tradition of covering up one stink with another.
So, what do you think of the perfume? Do you like it?
Yeah, it smells nice. But I think I like the smell of soap better.
Huh?
This island is so amazing! It's far away from any other people and has so much hidden stuff underground! It's such a perfect hideout! Just thinking about it makes me so excited to be here! Yeah, I guess.
Aw, Luffy.
You were so excited to be here before! Don't be such a drag, Laphicet! It's just that this used to be a prison. People were brought here to suffer.
If you're worried about how I feel, don't be. If I really hated this place, I wouldn't have made it my base.
Hell, I was imprisoned here too, but now it's the secret fort I always dreamed of.
I still haven't forgiven the guard who ate all those marron glacés I was sent.
I'll let the past be the past. What part of secret fort
I
are
don't
you
know.
not getting?
Yeah.
But it can't all be just for fun and games here either. In order to maximize the success of our future battles, we need to maintain and improve this base going forward.
Wait, do I have a base building thing?
Sturdy as it is.
I don't
Does
think
it
so.
really need more work
That'd be
done to it?
awesome, though.
Nonsense. This
Well,
place was
okay,
built
that's
to
like Fire Emblem
specialize in
Fates had a
holding
base building
prisoners.
thing and it
We can
sucked,
make
so.
it better suit our needs.
Just
What are you proposing
White Knight
exactly?
Chronicles had a town
Well, I
building
think we
thing,
need
but
to
it
start
was.
with smokescreen generators.
Since the
They'll be
online's not a
effective
thing
against
anymore,
intruders
it's not that
unfamiliar
good.
with the layout here. Of course, afterwards we'll have to clean up all the soot, but still.
No thanks.
I think we need something to put out fires. The fire at Helavis was really scary.
We have Malakim like you who could use water arts, though. If anything happens, you can just put it out.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
What we really need are some secret underground tunnels. If things get too hairy here, We'll need an underground escape route. We can put in hidden doors, and even some fake ones to trick the enemy, too.
We have 2 separate docks. That's good enough.
No enemy is going to attack without taking both docks into consideration. That's why we need to build underground tunnels before anything else.
What is happening?
But we're on an island. You know, surrounded by water. Where would these tunnels even lead to?
Isn't it obvious? We'll dig underneath the sea to another uninhabited island nearby.
But there are no other islands nearby.
If it means getting my tunnels, I'll build an island.
God damn it, Eisen.
Listening to what you're saying.
I want these tunnels, Mom!
It's daydreaming to me.
And what's wrong with having some dreams? This is a great opportunity.
I mean, you're an Earth molecule.
You could totally make an island.
It's okay. I get where you're coming from, but they'll never understand. You might as well save your breath.
Bless.
Boat. Oh, let's find a save station.
This will be big. What?
Oh, cool. Wait, Soma volcano?
Yeah.
Woo! The Soma volcano actually is a location from Tales of Hearts.
Here, look, a secret beach. Oh, wait, it's not a beach. A secret chasm for you, man. Just accept it, Eisen.
You can dig tunnels here.
Looks like you like this island. Fly free, noble hawk. Hunt to your heart's content, Grocky.
Grocky?
He has a knee. Rocky. Now the music's weirdly churchy. Excuse me. Oh, now it's not anymore. Okay. No. This way. Oh, we'll need to drain this place, damn it. Gotta get some pumps.
Maybe Eisen can grab him while he's off building his island.
Oh, I thought the save point would also be along the way, but I guess not.
We're here. What now?
So I've been thinking about Earth Pulse points. They're where the flow of the Earth Pulse, the Earth's natural forces, are concentrated.
Right. And Innominat is using those points to acquire malevolence and reawaken himself. You seem to have a knack for sensing them out. Once you're close enough, you can even pinpoint their location.
Except, I don't have to be close at all. When we came here yesterday, I felt another place. A place just like this.
Are you saying you can use this Earth Pulse point as a conduit to find the others?
I think so.
My genius
I don't know
boy.
how far it works, and I can't say if Etherian will be on the other end.
Still, it'll give us something real to go on. Please, give it a try.
Okay.
Anything?
Yes, I felt it. There are dozens of Earth Pulse points scattered around, but I sensed a few big ones that stood out.
So you can even detect their size.
Yeah, at least I think I can. This island is one of the big ones. There are two more like it somewhere to the east and the southeast. But I think those are the Warg Forest and the Temple of Palamedes.
Still, that suggests we're more likely to find Therians at the larger Earth Pulse points.
We've got 3 Therians to go. Anything that helps us narrow down our choices is a boon.
Yeah, you've done great work today, Laphicet.
That's for sure. Thank goodness you're here. You're a marvel. One of the wonders of the world, kiddo.
Why do I feel like you're being sarcastic?
Really.
Because it's Magilu, she probably is.
Then let's go Therian hunting. We have an honest-to-goodness lead.
Or dishonest to badness in our case.
Broke again. Still not good enough.
You think it's your swords that are weak. You don't think maybe your body's just stupid tough?
No. If it can't cut me, it's just not good enough. I need stronger materials to make a better sword. I'd love to try orichalcum, but getting that stuff is next to impossible.
Orichalcum. That's the strongest metal in the world, right?
A rare metal that's only been found in ancient ruins, and seldom at that. I've seen fragments of the metal myself, but I've never even heard of a piece large enough to forge into a weapon.
I have. I heard a rumor that a block of orichalcum was discovered in an ancient ruin some 200 years ago. Unfortunately, the boat carrying it sank in a storm.
From the depths of the earth to the depths of the sea.
A sunken ship. Treasure at the bottom of the sea. That would stir any sailor's heart.
If we knew where to find it, could it be salvaged?
The ship's crew drowned, so nobody knows where she sank. Besides, it's a centuries-old rumor. Who's to say it's even true?
Right. No sense in wishing for what can't be gotten. I'm sure there's other material you can use.
Even Dial makes a good point sometimes.
Hey, what do you mean, even Dial?
Even Dial's getting angry.
Saying it like that's just weird, Kamoana.
Even Komoana's getting weird.
I love you, but I also hate your voice.
Right. So our target is an Earth Pulse point about as big as the one here. Let's start with the closest one and go from there. Which way is it?
The closest one is to the west.
Got it. Lead the way, Laphicet.
My pleasure.
Oh, there's so much sad smiles now, guys. Huh.
Hmm? I don't like the jacketless outfit at all.
You've never gotten it.
I know. I'm just looking at it. I'm like, I do not like the jacketless outfit at all.
Oh, it's a corset thing in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
I mean, the idea, I mean, I kind of called bullcrap on it, but the idea was that she took the scraps left of her old outfit and basically stitched it back together. Now, given the...
Hey, Kuragane, let me ask
Oh
you
shit,
something.
you guys have
More complaining,
skit?
is it?
Art?
Come on, don't be like that. Every time I turn around, Velvet or one of the pirates is telling me to go make some delivery to some island. I can never get a break.
Isn't that just a sign they think you're a dependable guy?
Ugh.
Maybe, but I don't see them sending you off on errands. It's like they take one look at your face and decide to leave you alone.
What face?
Oh, right. Sorry. The slip of the tongue.
Maybe you just don't know how much work I do around here. It's more than you think. Anything to do with iron, I do it. Making tools, repairing things. What do you take me for? Some kind of cheeky freeloader? I don't even have cheeks.
You're too funny. But doesn't it ever annoy you to have all these kids giving you orders?
I've spent my entire life thinking of nothing but forging swords. It's been centuries since I've interacted with youngsters like them. They can be a hassle, but at least it's
You're blushing?
Yeah.
On your shoulders?
That's what I thought at first. So I went along with whatever they asked. But I've been too nice, so they keep pushing work onto me. Maybe if I hadn't been so helpful, they would have stayed out of my face like they stay out of yours.
I don't have a face.
That's not the point. Aren't you even listening to what I'm saying here?
You need to make up your mind.
Goddamn, you two.
You and I got on this ship alongside these people, who are putting themselves in great danger in order to live the lives of their choosing. If you don't like it, then go on and get off this ship with your tail between your legs.
I don't have a tail.
Yeah, except I don't have a tail right now.
What are you two? God damn it.
This is what I feel the other Tales games needed. Companion characters who aren't playable. So, you know, you're not constantly sharing character development and dramatic scenes with them, but then you're able to take a step back and then just, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Honestly, I kind of can't help but feel that Berseria and Regal from Tales of Symphonia were those kind of characters, but were made playable, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Now, don't get me wrong, I like Berseria and Regal, but of the... No, Tales of Symphonia had 9 characters, so that is a lot. But they were easily the least developed and least interesting of the bunch.
Their story was nice, though.
Yeah, I mean, I liked what their story was. It's just as characters.
This isn't in?
I suppose so.
Okay.
Am I
Hi.
supposed to sleep in the treasure chest? I have to pay you to use my own beds and my own...
Oldest known map of the world was made by... Wow, it took them decades.
You're so cute.
You always look so happy when you've got your nose in a book. What's so interesting about the one you've got there?
It's a book about surveying. When I read it, I can imagine myself traveling afar and making maps of the world. It sounds like so much fun.
You're so cute.
I know just how you feel. I know Magilu and the others don't understand, but I just can't help but feel excited when I think about us completing a map of the entire world.
It's the thought of treasure that gets me.
Get out of here. No.
Obviously, there's treasure waiting to be unearthed too, but that's more of a bonus on the side. Crossing uncrossable oceans, going to lands where none have gone before. The voyage itself, the dance with death, these things hold value greater than that of any treasure.
Ah, adventure. Truly the romance of the quest we call life.
Laphicet, you had a map, didn't you? The one you dropped when we first met?
It's a world map I got when I was with the Abbey, but I only checked out the places really close by. I could hardly call it adventure.
There's more to adventuring than visiting far-off lands and sailing stormy seas, you know. Adventures are about achieving your ambitions and leaping across the walls we've built to protect ourselves, no matter the danger that waits on the other side. There are no big or small adventures.
Even if I only went to Helavies and the Figal ice caps?
Think of it like this. When you sneaked out of town without the Abbey noticing, when you walked
Why does no
land
one
and
like the word
compared it to your
snuck?
map, how did that make you feel?
I don't
It
know.
was scary, but fun. Exhilarating.
Then it was an
The
adventure.
past tense of sneak is
The map
sad.
you made within yourself is a treasure that's
You
only
snuck.
yours.
Wow.
Is it
my
not a
very own
word?
treasure. Whoa. Awesome.
I swear, the second he has a spare moment, he buries himself in his books.
Knowledge opens up bigger worlds. I imagine that back when Teresa was bossing him around, reading was a fun escape, an adventure in and of itself.
What's up, you guys?
You're reading a pretty hard book there, aren't you?
This? It's about dinosaurs. It says that long before humans were around, these huge creatures ruled the world. There are so many different kinds, like tyrannosaurs and triceratops and brachiosaurs. They're all so cool.
They look like dragons to me.
They look similar, but dinosaurs couldn't live inside volcanoes, and they didn't do well in the cold either. But they were crazy huge and strong. Nothing else could even compete with them.
I bet they would have made for great sparring partners. I think this Gigantospinosaurus might be my favorite.
Those two huge points jutting out from both sides of its body make it look just like you and your two swords.
Oh my gosh, are we going to compare everyone to a dinosaur? Please?
Wow, it really does sound like a perfect match for me then.
Okay, so if they weren't dragons, what were they?
They look a lot like lizards.
Maybe they're like my ancestors or something.
But you used to be a human.
Damn, I think I might have gotten a bit too used to this new body of mine.
I wonder if their tails can fall off too.
Could they? I mean, they're birds mostly, I guess. So
Yeah,
no,
no,
but...
the idea that dinosaurs are lizards is a whole misconception. Especially since a lot of people have I mean, have you ever seen like artist renderings of real life animals based solely on their skeletons?
Yes, those things are hilarious.
And it's like, yeah, it's like, guys, we don't know how fat these things actually were, or how, because like, if someone were to make a rendering of an owl based solely off its skeleton,
Oh, it would look like an ostrich.
or you know, they might draw it like a little teeny tiny, you know, beaked raptor or something like.
Well, it has a long ass neck, so.
Yeah, or they might even draw it serpent-like because of that.
It's true.
Heck, that weird snake bird thing from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them.
Mhm.
They might draw it like that. Like, they might still put the wings on, but they would probably still make it like a scaly serpent.
Finally.
Alrighty.
Now we have to call it.
Yep. Oh, that was a good long stream.
Oh, yes it were.
Think
We'll see you guys next time.
next time. Bye-bye.
Oof.